Bank of Africa, GASM.
Mr. Speaker, I am submitting that the bill that the sponsors have proposed with this so-called amendment by the committee, Mr. Speaker, our friends who are in government today oppose every amendment
Honorable Minority
in
Leader.
the 8th Parliament.
Honorable Minority Leader.
They want to pass a bill.
Honorable Minority Leader, you cannot refer to a proposed amendment from a committee of this House as so-called.
Mr. Speaker,
you know that is not proper.
Mr. Speaker, anytime I talk, you interrupt. Even when the majority leader gets it wrong,
if you use a language that is not proper, I will have to draw your attention to it.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader used lawlessness.
I will continue to draw your attention to it. You cannot refer to a proposed amendment emanating from a committee of this House as so-called.
Mr. Speaker, that's fine. I take guidance from you. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the attempt by the committee of this House to use amendment to water down the very bill that our friends, when they were in opposition, pushed it on the country. Mr. Speaker, that was their argument. And where is the principle? Mr. Speaker, where is your principle? They sponsored the bill. May I finish? You see, Mr. Speaker, the majority leaders are a Democrat. Sit down. I listen to you in silence. So you sit down. Mr. Speaker, when they were in opposition, they sponsored the bill. They resisted every single amendment. Mr. Speaker, today, they are now saying that through a committee, they are amending, Mr. Speaker, the clause 9, the very amendment they rejected in opposition. Today that they are in government, they are claiming that this is the bill they want. Mr. Speaker, they are virtually rendering the very thing they propose odious.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the members on the NPP side who are calling for immediate, who were pushing that this bill must be passed, today are doing everything possible to frustrate the passing of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee is a committee of this House. The committee is a committee of this House. In fact, in your absence, a member of the committee who belongs to your side got up and supported the proposals. He had just a few exceptions. He got up here and then supported the amendments. He said the amendments make sense. He supports it because the amendment is seeking to protect the freedom of lawyers to provide legal representation and the right of accused persons to get legal representation, the freedom of media houses to practice and report, the freedom of doctors to provide medical services irrespective of the circumstances under which you needed the medical services. Those are the clauses that we are discussing. So when you run into the chamber, you can argue, you can look at the clauses. If you have opposition, some of us have had opposition to some of the clauses. We've moved for deletion and it's been deleted. But this your attitude of coming in and shouting left and right as if we're engaged in a shouting match doesn't help. Doesn't help. Nobody in this country will be deceived. As for the last election, you lost it. You cannot cure your loss of the last election by any kind of gimmicks in this chamber. It will not help. You had an excellent opportunity. We proposed the bill. Reverend Ntim Forger and co, your members, joined joined and sponsored the bill. And when we debated the bill, nobody in this house,
was the leader of the house.
Nobody in this house under your leadership opposed it.
I submit that your arguments are in bad faith. Majority leader, in bad faith. In bad faith. You are doing the mischief politics. You want to deceive the people of Ghana. Who told you? Who told you, majority leader?
This kind of politics is childish. This kind of politics is childish. No, this kind of politics is childish. We've gone beyond it. Ghanaians can see through your politics.
In bad faith. Majority leader, in bad faith. In bad faith. You are doing the mischief politics. You want to deceive the people of Ghana. Who told you? Who told you, majority leader?
This kind of politics is childish. This kind of politics is childish. No, this kind of politics is childish. We've gone beyond it. Ghanaians can see through your politics.
Just wanted to give you a feel of how the entire debate before the passage of this long-awaited and fiercely debated Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, which has now been passed into law. In fact, it's going to be assented to by the president, and then it becomes law. As a matter of fact, yesterday Parliament did its work. This is not the first time Parliament has gone on this path of passing this law. The first time we saw it, was a unanimous support for it on the floor of Parliament. But yesterday, what we have just shown to you, a fierce debate that took place before this bill was passed, which criminalizes advocacy, promotion, and funding related activities to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer. Now this bill has been passed, which seeks to criminalize LGBTQ activities in Ghana, while introducing limited protections for specific professional responsibilities. And that's what we're going to get into. What has been of a debate right now, especially among some civil society actors, is that this bill has been watered down. The minority also holds that view. And that's why you see the minority leader, Alexander Panyoma-King, animated there, with the majority leader as well, Mama Yarga, responding in like manner. So we've seen some amendments, lawyers offering legal representation or advice to persons identified as LGBTQ will not be punished under the law. Well, even journalists and media organizations reporting on LGBTQ-related issues in the course of our professional duty are also exempted from sanctions. All of this is what has also, got some people talking. We'll get into it here on The Key Point. We would have some of the proponents and the opponents of this bill joining us this morning. Also, this week, a joyful yet emotional scenes that unfolded at the Accra International Airport as 297 Ghanaians evacuated from South Africa arrived home safely. Now, this is coming in the wake of the recent xenophobic attacks, and we understand that the second batch of Ghanaians will be arriving in the next 48 hours. We'll have to confirm that. The High Commissioner to South Africa, His Excellency Ben Kwashi, is going to be joining us this morning to have the latest on what is happening now, and after the arrival of these persons, what next? And a number of calls for Ghana to join forces with other African countries to put pressure on the African Union, which has been largely inactive, and its silence on this matter, beyond a statement, quite deafening and loud. So we're getting to it this morning here on The Key Point. Also, this morning, we're getting to the matters of the floods. This week, we saw quite a number of places across the capital flooded. This is a decade-long or a generation-long problem that we're having to deal with. Monies have been invested. World Bank all other donor agencies giving us one support or the other, and government of Ghana, taxpayers' money also put in there. So where is the missing link? What are we not doing? We'll have a conversation this morning on The Key Point. As always, stay with us. There are so many ways you can join the conversation here on The Key Point, on Facebook and on YouTube as well. We're streaming TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on YouTube. Also on 3 News on YouTube as well. We're on the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the City of London, the Voice of London Television, and a number of radio stations across the country. Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale, W93.5, and a number of radio stations across the country here on The Key Point. Also live on 3FM 92.7. We will be back shortly after this quick break. My guests will take their seats after this break. My name is Alfred Okansi. Welcome.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Who is the center of our team, the one that we are taking to the World Cup?
What I yearn is to have a team than to have an individual skillful person that will not result in us doing anything.
If we go and we don't go further than where we start at the beginning stages, who do we hold responsible?
Well, we just have to come back and come and plan again.
There's a general complaint or concern that people are not getting the visas to watch the game.
The fact that the World Cup is being hosted in United States of America and Canada doesn't mean they are going to just relax their rules of entry into their country.
Is he making a mistake not including the likes of Dede Ayew?
You see, he has already selected. I'm the minister responsible for sports. At this moment, what I want is the spirit of the country behind the team.
The former minister, your predecessor, Mustafa Yusuf, has said that, and I quote, "I deny being responsible for any such irregularities, if any at all." Is this sufficient?
Well, this is not sufficient. This is just an indication that he is contesting the report. But there are lawful processes to contest the report.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenge us. An honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abinanya Kwasumini, coming soon on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenge us. and honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abinanya Kwasumini, coming soon on TV3.
TV3 First. This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Who is the center of our team, the one that we are taking to the World Cup?
What I yearn is to have a team than to have an individual skillful person that will not result in us doing anything.
If we go and we don't go further than where we start at the beginning stages, who do we hold responsible?
Well, we just have to come back and come and plan again.
There's a general complaint or concern that people are not getting the visas to watch the game.
The fact that the World Cup is being hosted in United States of America and Canada doesn't mean they are going to just relax their rules of entry into their country.
Is he making a mistake not including the likes of Dede Ayew?
You see, he has already selected. I'm the minister responsible for sports. At this moment, what I want is the spirit of the country behind the team.
The former minister, your predecessor, Mustafa Yusuf, has said that, and I quote, "I deny being responsible for any such irregularities, if any at all." Is this sufficient?
Well, this is not sufficient. This is just an indication that he is contesting the report. But there are lawful processes to contest the report.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
TV3 First in News.
Welcome all of you to Ghana, your own country, to the motherland. We thank God for safe journey. We thank the Almighty for protecting our lives. And we thank Him for giving us a leader in the person of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who values the lives of Ghanaians. Today, the Mahama administration is demonstrating that wherever Ghanaians are, we will make sure you are protected, your dignity is respected, and we will go to the length of this world to bring you back home safely. On behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, we say Akwaba to all of you. Obake, Wins Olo. And we want to thank all our partners. The Chief of Staff has been very instrumental.
On say South Africa for no more tata, no more boy. Introduce baby no say you feel my any penny for us ade omo ye ma ya ye ne je a omo di privacy wo say ye nyina ye mforo ne mla omo ya de nyame nhira o ka se mo amo pese mo ba no mo nyina mo nfu mo nti abonya ye nyina ye tworo ye din a ye bae e say ebi so ho a omo sa eba nti ye dan penny for ase nyame nhira omo ya de.
So I wish for us to be here in Ghana because here it's very safe and happy for all Ghanaians. Because
what exactly happened to you in South Africa? Were you attacked?
Yeah, I was attacked 2020. I forgot the date, but it was 2 years ago. They arrested me and my child, this little girl, when she was 2 years old, for this passport issue in South Africa. So I'm very happy to be home.
Well, those were the Ghanaians who returned home from South Africa. 297 of them. We're expecting 300 of them. The explanation we got from the High Commissioner to South Africa, who's going to be joining us shortly from Pretoria, is that there was a woman with 2 children who is married to a South African, and she was prevented from joining the flight, even though she had written her name to be part of this voluntary repatriation or evacuation, because she needed permission from the South African authorities because she's married to a South African to come with her children and herself. So that explains why it was short of 3 people. But it brings about the bigger conversation as to exactly what happens next. We understand that there's the second flight of evacuees which would touch down, all things being equal, in the next 48 hours. We would get confirmation and some details of that from the High Commissioner. That's His Excellency Benjamin Kwashi, he's joining us right now from Pretoria on Zoom. We'll have a conversation with him here on The Key Point, but welcome back. As always, The Key Point is proudly brought to you by GASEM, the nation builder, and also Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279 all across the world on 3news.com. The support that was announced by government for these 297 who have returned and many to come are this. There's going to be a transport allowance, reintegration allowance, psychological care, and a few others as well that they talked about, which we're running through. But what exactly does this say about the integration, the free movement, and all what we've been talking about for Africa? And the African Union as well as position on all of this. Beyond the statement that was issued, there's been calls for them to do something more. What exactly could have been done? Well, others have been looking into our toolbox as to what exactly will be the tool that will be potent enough for Ghana to deploy as not a retaliatory measure, but a response to what is happening in South Africa. Well, what are the arsenals in our toolbox that we can deploy? Well, Kofi Bento, who is Vice President of Imani Africa, has started a campaign on social media which is getting some tremendous momentum by the day regarding what, in his view, should be one of the tools to deploy. He's joining us shortly. He's Vice President of Imani Africa. He is also a private legal practitioner. Martin Pebu is taking his seat right now. Joining me as well is Professor Lord Yevuga. He is an international relations expert. He is also a governance analyst and also a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. That is the Dean of the International Relations Department. And he's an author. One of his books, Independency, Political Independence and Economic Dependence in Ghana, is joining us in the studio this morning. Professor Lord Malco Yevuga, good morning.
Good morning, Alfred.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Also, Kwesi Kwarteng is a private legal practitioner. He is a member of the NPP. He sought to lead or represent the people of Asante Achim North constituency in the run-up to the 2024 elections. It didn't happen, but he is seeing an opportunity we are not seeing. Kwesi Kwarteng, good morning.
Good morning. There is an opportunity. I myself, I'm not even aware.
Should there be a by-election in Asante Achim North? Will you contest? Should there be?
Wouldn't that question be a bit prejudicial, especially now that the gentleman in question, as at now, there's not been any...
There's a context that I put the question. Should there be?
I mean, the context is very clear. In my case, I'll find myself in a very tight situation. I'm from his constituency, so as at now, the only thing I can wish for him is to wish him well and pray he gets out to come and continue his work. I'm sure all consequential decisions subsequently, if it happens, we'll take it. But we'll take that decision. Let me clarify before I get wrong soundbite. but as of now, it's not something that I am thinking of. As of now, I'm just praying for him.
Also joining us on Zoom, we'll rectify the connection shortly. Ambassador Benjamin Kwashi is joining us from Pretoria, South Africa. In fact, our High Commission in Pretoria, the Ghana High Commission in Pretoria. Mr. Kwashi, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning, Alfred, and good morning to your listeners.
Perfect. As you're settling, you kindly put the video on for us as you settle in. But thank you. Yeah, thank you for joining us. But I'll start off with you, Professor Lord Yavuga, on what we just saw and the decision by the Ghanaian government to, in fact, this was not a forced evacuation, voluntary. Come and write your name if you want to come. Then you come in. 297 of them have arrived now. And looking at the experiences that they shared, some of which you have heard and seen, some of them having bullets in their spine and the harrowing, heartbreaking experiences that they shared with us. How did all of that get to you?
Well, Alfred, thanks. I think these are challenging times for the African Union, and the scenes that you've seen are going to stay with us for a long time. Scenes of Ghanaians being evacuated from another African country in this 21st century when Africa is doing everything possible to integrate the continent through trade and free movement of goods and human beings. But I think the bigger picture is what Ghana has done to demonstrate that a sovereign state has a responsibility to its citizens when they find themselves in situations like that. So it's very commendable that Ghana didn't wait for the worst to happen to the citizens, and they brought them. And the story that you've listened to means that if you are not taking quick action, then we don't know what will happen to our citizens. Mm-hmm. And as a state, one of your obligations is to look out for your citizens wherever they find themselves. So that is very good. But it also goes to the larger picture about what happens to the whole debate about African unity. And it's very important to know that you cannot talk about unity within a continent only at the heads of state level. You have to involve ordinary citizens. So the people in South Africa, the ordinary citizens in South Africa who are chasing or who are chasing other African migrants, do they understand the African Union project? Do they believe that free movement of human beings is part of that project?
Or they don't want to hear it,
do
even
they
if
see
they know
themselves as Africans? So I think for me, I would also add that there's a lot of work to be done on the part of South African leadership. From the end of apartheid to date, has there been that orientation of the ordinary South Africans about the role of other African countries in their liberation? Because if you don't do that, then the people, the younger generation, don't even know their history. They see Africans as a threat to their own welfare in South Africa without knowing that they would not be liberated if Africa had not played a major role. So I think it goes to show how the successive government after apartheid have not done well in educating and orienting their people to appreciate the sacrifices of other African countries towards their liberation. So this, for me, is a teachable moment South African leadership has to rise to the occasion. If South Africa is a lawful country, they cannot allow lawlessness. And you cannot, if people have broken the law, immigration laws of the country, it is not up to citizens to take to the street to chase people. Law enforcement have to do their job so that we don't see these things that we saw recently in Johannesburg and other parts of South Africa.
What's interesting is that the government of South Africa and the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, have all condemned it verbally. But nobody has been arrested.
Which is very fascinating and interesting, because you want to send a strong signal that this is a lawful country and that law enforcement will play its role in ensuring that people don't take the law into their own hands. But if you watch and allow vigilante groups to do as they please, then it sends a very wrong signal. It undermines all that we've been doing all these years about African unity, African integration, and it raises a lot of fundamental questions about the capacity of the post-apartheid state to contain some of these situations that we are seeing. So for me, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president, and the ANC government have to rise to the occasion, like I said earlier, to demonstrate to Africa that when apartheid ended and they tried to be at the forefront of Pan-Africanism, they were not only doing that for economic benefit, because you see, during the apartheid years, Africa was shut off from South Africa in terms of economic opportunities. But when apartheid ended, African borders were open, and you see South African businesses all over the continent. So the question that raises is that were they only interested in economic benefit from Africa? Because if you really are committed to African integration, then you don't allow. And these xenophobic things didn't just start yesterday. As far back as 2008, we saw this is in Johannesburg. Then 2015, people losing their lives. So it's become an annual ritual. So it is not only now that the government of South Africa will be scrambling to find solutions. What have they been doing all these years? So those will be the questions that some people will be asking. And
I'll come to you on the African Union, because you touched on it briefly about the African Union and what you were expecting and what many people were expecting. But Martin Kpebu, as I indicated, has just taken a seat as a legal practitioner and member of the oral preparatory team. Lawyer Martin Kpebu, good morning.
Hey, morning, Mr. Kansi. It's good to be back on Ghana's #1 talk show.
Indeed.
Unbeatable, unstoppable, and unbreakable. Yeah, so live straight away to our rituals. Oh, before then, hey, my man of the week is there's a Minister for Education, Haruna Iddrisu. Yesterday, I saw a video he did. I mean, he was addressing on occasion, and he also came in, weighed in on the bail and remand debate. It's good to see a Minister of Education saying that he feels the security agencies are suppressing and tormenting citizens. They are using bail as punishment. It was very refreshing. So, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, God bless you. Allah bless and bless and bless and bless you. Like I always say, it's the geography that doesn't favor Haruna. Otherwise, straight for president.
That's a conversation we'll have on another day.
Yes,
because there's a lot that's going on, which we would get into.
Yes.
So this,
and let's not forget, Demlevo is also being on it. Demlevo, former Auditor General, he's been making the same point that, look, let's reform this law, this section 96(5). The way a judge can look at you and say, because, and that's what the law says. I'm not saying it's the judge's fault. The way the law says, if you're already on bail on a certain offense, then you come on a second offense. And that second offense, assuming you were found guilty, you can be sentenced to at least 6 months imprisonment. Then the judge can refuse you bail. That's the D under section 96(5)(d), or the C, that it is likely that if the judge grants you bail, you go and commit further offenses. Look at Oliver. When he did the Galamsey thing, it was used a bit, but Oliver has been working and doing fine. I mean, Oliver Bakavomao. We need citizens to be strong, otherwise we will not get much freedom. And finally, you remember during President Kufuor's time and also President Atta Mills, when these things we call insults, people were arrested at that. Those presidents said, no, release them, release them. So the young lady, the police are asking to come from Kumasi to Accra. Please, let's do something about it.
Thank you very much.
Oh, so we can't thank
unfortunately, time is gone through. Let me welcome, unfortunately, Professor Ransford Jampo is joining us well. He is the CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority and a professor of political science, also a governance analyst. Prof, good morning.
Morning, Alfred. I'm just coming from the Volta Serene Hotel, where our Minister, Honorable Joseph Boukary Nikbé, has convened a management retreat of all agency heads, and where we have gone to take stock of what we inherited, what we have been doing, and what we intend doing to address some of the challenges so that we will be able to effectively help the entire minister to deliver in fulfilling the reset agenda of President Mahama within that sector.
Mm-hmm.
You know, while we at the Ghana Shippers Authority, whilst we went there to tout our activism in regulating the shipping industry, we also realized that there's been some superior achievements by some of the other agencies within the sector, including the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, what they are doing, the Ghana Maritime Authority, the Ghana Railways Development Authority, the Ghana Airports Company Limited, and the DVLA. The kinds of things that they are doing and showcasing some of their superior achievements. And I think they've done well so far. And Alfred, I'll be going back to the place, and I would urge you that you ask your team to also go to the place to be able to record some of the achievements, some of the success stories. Special greetings to my colleague agency heads. I want to mention especially my big brother, Major General Paul Seydou Tanyekulono, my big brother, Dr. Kamal Dean Ali, Ghana Maritime Authority, my sister, Yvonne Ifriye of Ghana Airports Company, my brother, Nikwe Kote of DVLA, and then our Honorable Minister, Joseph Boukary Nikbé. Sir, I came to do this. I'll come back after the program. But good show so far. I think so far we've showcased that the Ministry of Transport, led by you, we are on course and we are delivering to help achieve the reset agenda within that sector. All in all, I greet my viewers, my fans, those who always give us feedback. And then Madam Agnes Kwashi, you are in Takrady. Clara Kwashi, your daughter, tells me you're always watching, and I'm grateful.
And this leads us to the next issue, and Kofi Bento is going to be joining us. He's almost taking a seat right now. He's Vice President of Imani Africa. And I want you to take a look at some of the evacuees from South Africa. And this is what they had to say. Take a look.
South Africa for no more tatai, no more boy. Introduce baby no say ye feel my name. And in Penifua, Adi Omoya Maya, and ye dear, Omodi privacy was say, Yenina, I am full on Yemala, or my idea. Yamin Shaw. I say more possible. Yenina, you trade, dear, ye buy. They say, Ebisu Hoa, almost Eba, and tear dampen voice, Yamin Shaw, or my idea.
So I wish for us to be here in Ghana, because here it's very safe and happy for all Ghanaians. Because
what exactly happened to you in South Africa? Were you attacked?
Yeah, I was attacked 2020. I forgot the date, but it was 2 years ago. They arrested me and my child, this little girl, when she was 2 years old, for this passport issue in South Africa. So I'm very happy to be home.
Kofi Bento is joining us now. He is Vice President of Imani Africa. Ms. Bento, good morning.
A staunch Bawumia supporter. Staunch, the staunchest Bawumia.
A Reverend Minister.
Why do you always like to spot
a Reverend Minister who is always worrying us on this set.
I am a staunch Bawumia supporter. He is the best.
And a Reverend Minister who is always worrying us on this platform. You're always worrying us, please.
Thank you. And welcome.
My special greetings to my senior, Professor Lord Mauko Yevuga. He was my senior. I think when I was in first year, he was in final year at the political science department. He mentored Some of us. Prof, good to see you here.
Good to see you.
I see. Now, you haven't seen Kwesi Kwarteng.
Oh, Kwesi Kwarteng, this presidential body.
I know what he's doing. He's patronizing me.
A presidential body.
Thank you very much.
He's going to join the flag bearership race. He's told me of the MPP. I'm telling you, he told me.
If it is a prophecy, I take it.
Thank you.
Join the flag.
Now, there was a point that Professor Ebuga you made about the African Union. What exactly were you expecting of them beyond the statement issued condemning and asking the South African government to do the needful?
Yes, I think the African Union should have shown leadership. You watch them on the African Day, the statement that was released.
Yes.
There was no mention of what was happening in South Africa, which was very unfortunate. And I thought that if we are talking about African unity, then the continental body should be up and doing. For them not to have said anything at all was rather unfortunate. So going forward, I think what should happen is that they should convene a meeting with African ambassadors and then the South African government. So a certain question should be asked. The South African government has a responsibility to explain to all of us what is happening in their country, what they are doing about it. Because without that, then there's lack of leadership. And it will send the wrong signals. You can't be pushing for continental integration through trade, free movement, and yet you are sitting by, idling by, and then these things are happening without commenting or taking action. So for me, I think there should be decisive action. They have to summon South Africa to answer certain questions and also to make commitments how they are going to handle this. Because like I said earlier, we are not in a lawless situation. The state has a responsibility to ensure law and order. So South Africa cannot say they can't do that and that they are allowing these vigilante groups to do as they please. So I think the African Union should be summoning South Africa to answer some questions and to make commitments, how to make sure that they don't undermine all the effort that have been made so far towards continental integration.
You had earlier described the African Union as a toothless bulldog and a useless organization. You still stand by that?
Well, I say it's a joke.
It's a joke?
Yeah, it's a joke. Given that, like I keep saying, for all these years, since 1963, we have this continental agenda. And if you are still not able to bring the ordinary Africans on board, then you are a joke. And if you can't speak out boldly and clearly to condemn a member country that is clearly not doing its job as a state, then you're a joke. You are going to undermine your own effort. So for me, the African Union has to do more than it's currently doing in showing that it's not all about meeting every year, heads of state meeting, drinking tea and coffee, but they are truly committed to African integration and making sure that they bring the ordinary people on board. Because like I said earlier, do the ordinary South Africans, do they appreciate the African Union agenda? Do they see themselves as part and parcel of this agenda? And if they do they appreciate that in ensuring regional integration, you have to welcome other Africans to your country? It's the same way you have your businesses, your business interests, and your citizens in other countries. Because if you don't appreciate that, then you are living in a stone age. Because in the modern world, we live in an interdependent international system. And you are going to always have other country citizens in your country.
Well, they don't seem to appreciate that. And that's why I bring in Mr. Kwarteng, because this has been happening since 2008.
Yeah.
So it's a perennial issue right from that moment till now. There's only verbal condemnation. In fact, I think sometime in 2018, the High Commissioner in Ghana from South Africa apologized publicly to the then president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, at a press conference. I remember this. Beyond that, nothing happened. And it's been consistently occurring on a yearly basis to today that we're talking about it. Now, when you listen to the protesters, one of their narratives is that, you know what, yes, you came to help us during apartheid. It's time for you to go. Go and tell your leaders in your country to develop your economy so that you can also get opportunities and work there and leave South Africa for us. So I think that's one of the issues they are pushing.
Yeah, Alfred, thank you very much. And good morning once again to our viewers. And I think it's only polite that once again I greet my seniors at the bar, Martin and Kofi Bentel. Yeah. And of course, I mean, Prof, has been a big brother. We've also shared the same class.
Interesting.
He's been acknowledging me to pursue further studies, but right now I'm looking for money like Jampo. I want to be like him. So right now maybe the further studies I'll consider it, but hopefully subsequently I'll do it. But now I have to look for money.
Like to look for money.
Okay. Who is my big brother? I mean,
they say a good name is better than riches. So.
But you need riches to also have good name.
Not every riches has to be good name.
All right, thank you.
So on the substantive issue about South Africa, I was in South Africa first week of February. You know, post the MPP presidential primaries. We had a very tense elections. After that, I traveled to South Africa. Of course, I mean, the idea was also to take advantage and make some inquiries about University of Cape Town, which I intended to take advantage of some courses there. And my experience in South Africa is something that I would describe as very bizarre. I lost my wallet. I remember the first day that I checked into my hotel and wanted to step out. I spoke to the hotel receptionist, and he cautioned me against holding my phone whilst walking on the street of South Africa. So, I mean, as a first-time visitor into a country, the first question that I had was that never hold your phone whilst you're walking on the street of South Africa. So I asked them, and he said, you can be shot, or somebody can just stab you. And it gave me a totally different view about South Africa. And of course, with my further experiences in South Africa, I came to the conclusion that maybe the country has been overhyped to all of us, especially because of maybe when it comes to the economic fortunes that it supposedly presents. I checked the unemployment rate even compared to Ghana, and they are doing about 31%. Ghana, we are doing around 13%. I think it's also important to also add that when it comes to Ghana, despite the fact that we are doing around 13%, our people are underemployed compared to South Africa. So maybe the balance is there. But I lost my purse, and I had the police to assist me. I reported, at the end of the day, we couldn't find the purse, and I got to Ghana. So, I mean, as a kind of courtesy, or by way of courtesy, I decided to text the police and thank him that I've got into Ghana, and I just want to thank him for his professionalism. And I have the message here. I'm not going to mention his name. He said, great, I'm glad you are safe in Ghana. Maybe you can buy us supper. So, you know, initially, after the matter was resolved and I couldn't find my wallet, they wanted something. I thought it was only in Ghana that we had such encounters with the police. And I said, you let me get to Ghana, because you are rightly aware that I just misplaced my wallet, and there's no way I can be able to tip you or give you anything. Then subsequently, after a week, he sent again, was wondering if you can assist me with some fee runs if possible. And then I ignored him because I didn't see the reasonable basis why I was sitting in Ghana here and be sending money to a police officer in South Africa because he did his professional work, which legally is supposed to. And subsequently, I mean, when he realized that I was not mine, he started calling, I was not picking. Then, interestingly, he used another number in an attempt to reach out to me for the supposed bribe. So, I mean, what is the point and the principle that I'm building? My experience with South Africa, I don't, maybe it's unfair, but South Africa is almost turning into a lawless state. Prof was talking about lawfulness, but indeed, South Africa is almost turning into a lawless state. You check the data and the statistics. For instance, you look at data on the number of murders in South Africa in every year alone is 27,000. 27,000 murders. These are not deaths, where people are paid or people just see you on the street, they shoot you and take any of your belongings. 27,000.
They say 60% of those crimes are committed by the people they want out of the country.
No, you see...
The illegal immigrants.
Alfred, what is happening is that, you see, there is a systemic problem with South Africa. You know, they were into apartheid, and they had apartheid legacy. The apartheid legacy was so much involved with the fact that they didn't have jobs, improper housing regimes, the poverty gap between the rich and the poor was so wide. And you see, the post-apartheid regime, they had wild expectations. What are the wild expectations? They thought that when apartheid ended, automatically everybody will get jobs. They thought automatically the housing regime will improve. They thought that automatically the inequality gap will probably close. And unfortunately, the expectations were not met. And instead of their leadership and politicians and politically exposed individuals addressing these systemic and deep-rooted problems in South Africa, they scapegoat the black foreign nationals. So if you have monitored the trend, anytime people want to get into the political limelight, I mean, we see it often, even we do it to ourselves, MPP and NDC. If you recall the last election, how Galamsey, the matter of Galamsey was so much weaponized against the MPP. Today, we are not really talking about Galamsey. But, I mean, let's ask ourselves and be very honest and look into our eyes. Has it really ended? Clearly, no. But there are situations where you have politicians, politically exposed individuals, exploiting public sentiments and deep structural issues against sections group of people. So that is the same thing that is playing out in South Africa. Anytime the matter comes up, instead of providing jobs for your people, instead of providing skills for the people, and in any event, South African people, my experience with them, especially them, and most of them are lazy. You put them in school, they don't go to school. You give them the skill training, they don't even want
Really?
Yeah, yes. You see, there are other things that you cannot say on TV. I sat in an Uber with a South African driver. And his case was that, I mean, we're having a conversation about this in the phobic attack. His case was that the foreigners are taking their girls and that the foreigners pays more. You see, culturally, there are people, Prof.
Yeah, it was always coming. That unemployment thing was always coming.
You see, these are people who are not working. Culturally, it appeared as though it's the women who were working to feed the men.
Yeah.
But when the black foreign nationals went there, that's not our orientation. Our orientation is that Prof will go and work and feed the woman that he lives with. So the women were now getting more attracted to the foreign nationals and leaving the South African men. So that even got them more angry. But these are discussions that we cannot open up.
Well, they contest. They contest this narrative.
That book, Abraham, Mind Boy, is there. The women taking care of the men.
That's established. That's a fact.
Yeah.
They also challenge this narrative that no, their men are working and they need these opportunities which they are not getting because these immigrants have taken those opportunities, and that's the reason why they want them out.
You see, we cannot pretend that indeed there are some opportunities that these black foreign nationals will take. If we come to Ghana, remember we have the GIPC Act. The GIPC Act clearly bans foreign nationals in engaging in certain economic activities here, especially the retailing job. When you go to South Africa, it is the same thing. When it comes to their immigration laws, when it comes to their business laws, when it comes to their labor laws, it's literally the same thing. But you see, the logical question that we have to ask ourselves is that recently about 297 Ghanaians came. Is it the case that when they were repatriated, 297 jobs has been created there? Automatically, no. It hasn't. You see, job creation is not like that. America is the most advanced country with about 300 million people. Even in America, Trump attempted to deport a lot of people. But nobody is saying you cannot deport people. But it has to be done within the high plane of dignity and civility to humankind. But that's not what we are witnessing here in South Africa. I am saying that the bigger problem has to do with the fact that they scapegoat black foreign nationals in an attempt to cover the structural inefficiencies within the South African system. Because, I mean, let's assume that automatically South African population goes up. Wouldn't their government fix those structural inefficiencies in their system? Definitely. So why is it that when other foreign nationals, they hide under the umbrella of enforcing their laws, they are taking our jobs, they are taking our this, they are taking our that, and at the end of the day, they will run back here. And for me, the worrying situation that I'm witnessing now was yesterday a footage that I saw. The students are now also moving from their classrooms onto the street.
Yes.
To partake in the xenophobic attacks and looting of shops. So what generation are they building?
In fact, there's a classic case of a particular school in downtown Soweto asking that the authorities should sack the other African nationals, the children in that school, because of this, that they don't want them in their school. So it's spreading into the schools as we speak.
Yeah, Alfred, you see, me at best, I'll describe South Africa as a country that needs help. You see, the post-apartheid regime, they are still suffering from the trauma of it. And they've not recovered. And these are people who were made to believe that their existence and survival is only benchmark on the fact that they can fight other people and get some emancipation. And so, for them, any other person is an enemy, irrespective of what the facts present. And this xenophobic attack, like Prof was saying, they didn't start today. If you recall, in 2008, they killed about 60 people. Nobody. And these are the reported incidents because they are managing the information there. Yeah. It could be more, but they will underreport. 60 people. If you recall, in 2019, Nigeria had to even abandon the World Economic Forum Summit, which was ongoing in Cape Town, just to protest to South Africa that enough is enough and we are tired of this. And now we are still discussing it. I'm sure just like the flood situation in Ghana, where every year we will sit on TV and make discussions and it's almost like a recycle thing. So these are people who are unwilling to do anything about it. These are people who, if given the opportunity, will repeat it on many occasions. But, I mean, I have always maintained that in addressing it, you also don't have to be sentimental and emotional about it. We need to engage the issues. We need to engage the facts. We need to understand the structural deficiencies and address them. And, for this, I'll differ with Prof a bit. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't see any better solution outside engaging the AU. Because at the end of the international law will still come at play. I mean, to leave Ghana. If you say MTN should leave Ghana, if you say ShopRite should leave Ghana, that also has its own economic repercussions on us. One, they are creating jobs, they are giving us a lot of tax revenues to also, meet our tax collection shortfalls and other things. So,
why is our money we purchase? So when they go, what?
Yeah, but maybe in the interim, probably in the long run you may look at that, but in the interim, I feel it may be much of a sentimental decision at the end of the day. So we need to address it with tact, some form of diplomacy, but not necessarily diplomacy alone, but diplomacy lays with firmness and maybe a bit of harshness to also let them know that, we are also a people of dignity, people with one God, and at least we also deserve some respect as a country.
Well, and Lamatic people, see, it's, and I had a number of people bring up their views on this matter, and some conversations that I've had to sit in over the last 2 weeks when this issue came up. And recently in Lome, during the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, this whole conference that I attended in Lome, there was this conversation as well about how this impacts on trade and then also the free movement of people. But individually, as countries on the continent, we're all struggling to find jobs, right? Yeah. For our people. So it is a touchy matter to say Africans who are not even properly documented should still stay in another country because of this element of, African unity and so on. The sovereign country has every right to check whether or not the immigrants in there are properly documented to work. So I just want us to separate the issues. Yeah. That if we have people in South Africa who are not properly documented, then they must be encouraged to do so. Right? Yeah. If they have to be taken out of the country, the processes must be employed to be done right. Yeah. As against also condemning what is being done now. Those two positions is what I want us to look at.
Oh, obviously, as reasonable and rational beings, we will not sit here to say that our citizens should breach the laws of any other country willy-nilly. No. That can never be the argument. But what is at stake now is essentially about due process. What we have here is chaos. South Africa is not able to afford our citizens the needed protection. It's that chaos that we are berating now. The two are separate. I think so far the ones you've interviewed on this, your network, etc., have not made an argument that they have the right to live there, come what may, whether they are documented or not. No, that's not been it. That's not been it at all. And you remember, even before this round of chaos, the previous one, when they targeted that Ghanaian and took him on and on, it turned out that he was properly documented. You remember?
Yes.
So at this stage, it appears that we would not do the debate much good if we were to dwell on the issue of documentation. It doesn't appear to have much grounding or space at this time. Right now, what we are looking at is that was due process followed? What the citizens were doing, the fact that they could attack, when I say the citizens, the South Africans, what they were doing by attacking our citizens, beating them up, taking their properties without recourse to law, etc. Is that something we must encourage? Is that law? And President Ramaphosa, the fact that he's not able to, govern well, the fact that he can't protect foreigners, is that something that we must tolerate? Obviously, these are no. An emphatic no. This is a case in which law and order is broken down. Okay, so the president of South Africa has to bow his head down in shame. And, people are already lacing their boots to sue in the African court. Because, those that have been repatriated, etc., they've not been able to come down with their properties, etc. Exactly. These are things they've lost. And they are going to be heading to the African court to seek reparations. I mean, beggars believe that these are people, the South Africans, people we have nurtured here, their leaders, carried Ghanaian passports, we helped them in the fight for independence, etc. Gave them money, gave them passports, gave them education here in Ghana, etc. And that today they have the temerity. You see what happens when we don't teach our children history. Yeah, the young lady leading it, obviously, she doesn't appear to have any proper balance of the history of South Africa.
Jacinta Zuma?
Yes, she doesn't appear to have any proper, or maybe, okay, sometimes there's this other thing we forget. There are some people we locally call Boniaye, right? You remember even in the Bible, when Jesus healed the 10 lepers, only one, 10%, only one came back to say thank you. So I know you find it very much in life that you help somebody today, tomorrow, then he turns back to pay you with so much bad deeds and wickedness that you forget that, is this the person I gave a cup of water when he was starving, etc., right? Yeah, so it's a complex matter, but I think the greatest thing we should hammer now is the failure of leadership. Yeah, it's a failure of leadership. I think Cyril Ramaphosa has to be brought to book. He can't get away with that. I understand they are going in for another elections, and so it is convenient electorally to allow this to go on so that he would appear strong, his party would appear strong. But I mean, come on, how can you sacrifice other nationals, okay, on the altar of elections? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So I think that he has to be reined in properly, he and his government, that this must never happen again. And then steps be taken to see so that those of our citizens that have come back, how can they get their properties back?
Yes.
Whilst they go to the African court to seek reparations, right? To get compensation, get their properties.
Because you have your investment there, all of a sudden, one day you wake up and then you have to leave.
Absolutely.
All the property, everything you built.
That's expropriation. That's another way, you see, of expropriating the properties of these our citizens. Yeah, that's expropriation. Yeah, because you force them not creeping. Yeah, well, some would say call it creeping indirectly, because you say once you leave, then chances are high that they can then go have these assets. So you would see that officialdom is tacitly behind these citizens. Otherwise, that will not happen. You remember the first time the young man was targeted, the one Ibrahim Mahama helped, right, to resettle, etc. Is that the one Cyril Ramaphosa came back? He came to Ghana. He flew in, came to see the president, etc.
Yes.
Because, he's a significant shareholder of MTN. So that one, he was quick to come here, greet President Mahama.
Cyril Ramaphosa.
Yes.
The president.
Yes.
Is a significant shareholder.
Oh, he's a significant shareholder of MTN. Documented. So that one, he was scared that there will be reprisal attacks here. So quickly, he flew in to come and secure his own packets. You see? And then he allows this to happen again. I'm like, what kind of people we have nurtured? People we have nurtured. Look at the risk Kwame Nkrumah took and the subsequent government gave you education. A lot of them were using Ghanaian passport. See the money. So it doesn't count for anything. I mean, if you want our citizens to live, like you mentioned, let's go through due process. Give a bit of time. Let them organize, right? Let them organize. Let them see how they can sell these assets, etc. Before they leave. But not this jasu. Come on, leave. You must leave now. We can't condone that. Because I'm like, so which law is this? Or this is just the expropriation. Yeah, this expropriation of our
violent
assets.
expropriation.
Exactly, I like that. Thank you, Tibrofo. Very violent and traumatic. Yes, it's traumatic because you just wake up, you and your house, and a lot of our citizens are into hairdressing, barbering, saloons. Yeah, those are assets. Those are thriving businesses. Then they just tell you to get up and go. Get up and go. So when are you going to come back and have access to be able to sell off, reorganize. I mean, look, I think that this, if you look at it, so what kind of system is this? That in South Africa we think, oh, they are properly, they have systems. You know, that's the story. And I like what Mr. Kwati stated, that they've overhyped South Africa, right? Because we say that, oh, they have systems. But the systems are supposed to work in times like this. So if you seem to have systems on paper, and when there are crises, your systems don't work, then the systems are of no use to us. Yes, you can build systems on paper. That, oh, yes, this. But today, your citizens are running riot. You see, South Africa, your citizens are running riot and causing mayhem, etc. And your systems can't keep them in check. Then these systems are of no use to us. They are not worth the paper on which they are written. Those systems are not worth the paper on which they are written, because at the end of the day, the systems can't deliver protection to our citizens. The systems can't deliver protection to our citizens. So you throw away the Vienna Convention on this consular relations, etc. These are not working at all. Yes, because our consular officers are supposed to perform a wide array of administrative and protective duties, right, for our citizens in South Africa there. So with this current system where our citizens are having to leave quickly, then it means that the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations is not working. It's been thrown to the dogs. Because as part of it, the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, you have promotion of commercial and economic ties. So we promote trade, investment, scientific relations, etc. You see, so a lot of the high commissions and embassies here, you see they have a trade attaché. You hear, or commercial attaché. So you see that they organize trade shows, etc., to be able to increase trade between Ghana and the other, that's the sending state. So if we bring diplomats here or consular officers here, we are the receiving state, and then that person's country is the sending state. So you see, as I mentioned, even the British, the Germans, etc., they do these activities to be able to help Ghanaians find ways to export to those countries. So the same for South Africa. So you needed a lot of barbers and hairdressers and all that. We've exported a lot to your country. Now they seem to be doing a bit well, and then all of a sudden get up and leave. So what we're saying is that these are flagrant breaches of international law. Flagrant. And so Cyril Ramaphosa and his people have to be reined in. They must pay dearly for this.
Thank you. And you talk about the violent expropriation. We had a video of a woman who was literally wailing. She broke down, right, because of this same issue that you're talking about, of thinking about the property, the investment that she has had to make, working and breaking her back over the years, and having to leave all behind. That's it. You have it over there. And this is a clear reflection of what you're talking about.
You see, can you imagine? At that time, they'll be given the psychological care, right? Yes, so they have to. I think, look, it's not lost. Our government is petitioning the African Union, right? I think the South African president must do something extra. He doesn't have to wait for the petitions. Just as he flew in the first time to come and talk about his business interests in MTN, he should fly in this time again to come and see what they can do, so that if temporarily we can get these citizens to go back and get their assets or what it is. I think Cyril Ramaphosa must be coming back. He must be coming back just as he came back the first time to take care of his business interest. No, he should come and do something. What? Okay, one good turn deserves what? Another. One good turn deserves another. At least he came and got assurances that his shares in MTN are safe, right? So now his citizens have caused this. Maybe if it comes, it will help. Because as the citizens are heading to the African court, you are looking at timelines.
You know, the xenophobic attacks spreading to hospitals as well. This man, we're seeing, also when seeking some medical attention, as a result of this, has had to be forced to come back. You know, all of these elements.
Yeah, this is inhumane, very, very inhumane.
Alfred, Martin made a point that I wanted to find something from him.
Quickly, yes.
No, with his presentation that he doesn't end. He mentioned about some of these people going to evacuate, going to the African court.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to find out how are they going to, if they get a judgment, how are they going to enforce it? I don't know.
Yeah, the South African government would have
like they will pay compensation
yes.
or something.
Yes, because you see, the basic tenet under international law is that once you have these persons in your country, the territory, you have a duty to protect them. There is a duty to protect. So if you fail to protect them and this has happened, then it's on your head. Yes, that duty to protect. Now they couldn't protect, and so for fear the reprisal, and you could see the way our citizens have been maimed, etc. You had to quickly evacuate them too. So it means that law and order is broken down. So South Africa must pay. They must pay.
Okay. Kofi Bento, a quick on this. And to the extent that this has been happening over the years, since 2008, what must be done differently this time around to send a strong message going forward that it cannot continue beyond the condemnation and everything that we have seen right now?
Right. It's not one thing. A number of things must be done. And they must be done in such a way that it hits the South Africans where it hurts. We have to speak like this because when your country is under attack, and make no mistake, when the citizens of a country are under attack, the country is under attack. And personally, I don't relate to that, decorously.
Right.
We fight back, and there's every reason to fight back. So I think the actions that must be taken in such a way that it hurts the South Africans.
And let me put it on record, and quickly before I lose it, you were the first to make this suggestion on Key Point 5 weeks ago, that the president should organize a flight to evacuate Ghanaians. It appears that suggestion fell on some listening ears.
I am so happy about what this government has done. Yes, I was here with the foreign minister and I said, even if it means taking the presidential jet to go and bring them. Because you see, there are times when, and one of the things I don't like about what has happened is some people trying to politicize NDC NPP. There are times when a nation is attacked, when your country is attacked from outside, you band together. Nobody should do any NPP NDC. And when we were here, I said, look, there are times when a nation asserts itself. And one of these times is when your citizens are under attack from somewhere. And forget about people talking about who is legal and who is not illegal. There are so-called illegal immigrants in every country. Every country. Migration is the history of mankind. All right? And I don't want to digress, but the whole law around migration is man-made law. God never put boundaries on earth. Okay? And everybody came from Africa. Everybody migrated. The worst migration in human history is slavery.
Absolutely.
All right? When they wanted people to go and work, they came here without visas. They entered our land without immigration. Okay? They abducted our people. That was a crime. They assaulted them in their land. That was a crime. They traded human beings here. That was a crime. Okay? They rendered them human trafficking across the seas. That was a crime. People died in the void. That was a crime. They took them into Caribbean, US, etc., sold human beings, trafficked in human beings. That was a crime. They proceeded to use them without paying them. That was a crime. I can go on. The worst form of human migration lawlessness was slavery, perpetrated by the same people who have made laws against immigration. And today, when you go, they try to tell you who is legal and who is not legal. Even recently, when they wanted people to come and help them, they did DV lottery. I told one of my friends that I will never try that thing. I don't have a problem with people who try it, but this is why. I said, you won't come and pick the best of our people, take them there. When you need it, it's fine. And today, look at what Donald Trump is doing. So look, this thing about immigrants, whether it's lawful or whatever, there's no point there. Right? There's no
documented,
point there.
undocumented.
There's no point there. What, like Martin said, and again, I don't want to digress, but the law is important here. If anybody enters your territory, you have a responsibility to protect that person. Even if they are so-called illegal according to your law. All right? And we don't want to go into that, but because of that, yes, the legal matters must go on. We should not allow them to go away with this. Listen, this is more than the third time. Okay? There's a saying that first time is happenstance. It just happened. Second time is coincidence. The third time is enemy action. Why I'm saying so is that you cannot tell me that the government of South Africa does not know or is not capable of dealing with this. These are riffraffs.
Jacinta and co are illiterate nincompoops. Okay? They don't know anything about their history. They are not enlightened. Look, even if they have gone to school, they are not educated. Even if they are educated, they are not enlightened. They don't know their history. This is like, without due respect, some foolish boys from some slum in Ghana going to attack some foreigners elsewhere. Your government must clamp down on them because it reflects on your country. Look, South Africa has failed. The Africans' leadership, Ramaphosa should not come here. Nobody wants to see him here. Look, what they have to do, they should do it in South Africa. All right? And it is sad that we have to say this about our black brothers there. But they are a woeful, disgraceful failure. You have had all these years after apartheid, and all the things people are saying, look, the more we talk about these things, the more we are going to sound like we are denigrating them. But those of us who have been to South Africa, we know the experiences we have had. All right? So the fact remains that they have not done a good job lifting themselves out of poverty. And they attacked the white people fought back. All right? They've attacked everything they can attack. What is going on now is attacking the most vulnerable section of their society, black immigrants. Why are they not attacking white immigrants? These are the most
the white
vulnerable.
immigrants, the white immigrants are not taking their jobs.
My brother.
So they don't have a problem with the whites.
We can go and analyze that, but trust me, black immigrants are the most vulnerable. That's why they are attacking them. The AU is a sorry disappointment. It is useless.
Really?
It has no effect on anybody. When we were growing up, we know about Organization of African Unity, OAU. All of us here knew about them. And we kind of had a certain respect for them because they were a mobilizing force in a certain sense. All right? Over the years, my children don't know AU, what it does, and it has no effect on their lives. It is such a useless body, we won't miss it if it is thrown away. All right? Because this is what they must be doing. I mean, ask me.
They've issued a statement.
Yeah, and then, okay, look, listen. You see the EU has an effect in the lives of Europeans. If you even sell rotten food in Europe, anywhere in Europe, you will hit an EU law and they'll come after you. So much so that that's what caused Brexit. There was so much in the lives of average Europeans that people felt like their sovereignty was being taken over by the EU. And that's how you behave. You make sure that the citizens in your sphere, your jurisdiction, are experiencing something positive as a result of your existence.
Yes.
The AU is so useless right now. The more I speak about them, the worse it will become. But look, if there is any redemption, okay, they can use this as redemption. Okay. Now, South Africa is the second largest economy in Africa for one reason only. There are natural resources and the white people there who have built companies out of there. Nigeria is the biggest, okay? They have well organized themselves. And because of that, they have more multinationals out of South Africa into the rest of Africa than any country, even in Ghana. Okay, now that is a strength, but it's also a weakness. Okay, if the AU wanted to do anything, okay, the AU could have used that as a lever to force them to respect the citizens of the various African countries that they've gone into. Have you heard MTN in US or UK or somewhere in Europe? They're making their money in Africa. ShopRite, they're making their money in Africa. The citizens of the various African countries that they are oppressing are the people they are making their billions from. The Goldfields company we are talking about, they are making their money in Africa. They are mining in Australia. Go and see the conditions under which they are mining in Australia. They can't take their money out of Australia. Okay, so look, there are so many ways that this could have been dealt with. And I have a massive problem with the South African business community. I've written about it. I urge everybody to read my Facebook if you can find it. And for me, that's where we are going. We should hit them where it hurts. Yes, people say we are emotional. I don't have a problem being emotional when you attack my citizens. I don't. I don't at all.
Oh, emotions always help.
No,
always help.
For me, it gives me the necessary energy because over the week, I got a call from a very big man that I respect, and I told him, "Sir, I don't want to think. I don't want to think because I want to react in a way that has effect." Take Goldfields, okay? And on my Facebook, I've listed a number of companies that are doing business
In
here.
fact, I saw a write-up yesterday before this morning. We'll run through it briefly.
They are making
There are a few
billions
views on
of
it.
dollars from Ghana and every African country. Okay, and I've said a couple of things that, one, when the xenophobia started, I said it 3 times at least. They can't say they don't know. They know. They can't say they don't understand. They do. And they are trading in every African country and making billions. And the same people you are making money from are being attacked in your home country by riffraffs that you should be able to take care of. The least they could have done, Goldfields, MTN, whoever making billions, is issue a statement and say, hey, there's such a thing, a concept called a good corporate citizen. You have become MTN in Ghana. You are a citizen of Ghana, and you're supposed to be a good corporate citizen. What it means is you know where you are from. When you see these things happening, what good corporate citizens do is, one, express the necessary sentiments and sensitivity. So MTN, ShopRite, Goldfields, all the South African companies here, the least they could have done is say, hey, people in my country, note that we are also in somebody's country, we are making money, we are bringing back there, and then you guys are benefiting from it one way or the other. Issue a statement. The statement must be directed at your people, must be directed at your government, and you must try to get them to tone down. You should go beyond that. If you are making billions here, okay, how many Ghanaians have we repatriated so far? Less than 1,000. We saw their shops being, attacked, and yes, we should sue for our assets, but because they've looted it, okay. How much would it have cost Goldfields, MTN, and all the others here to put together money and provide security through the Ghanaian government for Ghanaians in South Africa? My view is that it would not cost you too much. And my estimation of it is that if they did everything perfectly, it wouldn't cost them more than $10 million. All right? They did nothing. They saw our people attacked. They didn't say anything. They didn't try. They didn't lift a hand. They didn't do anything. They didn't engage their governments. And yes, Jacinta Zuma, that illiterate girl who doesn't know her history, should by now be sued, and she should be running around answering questions from her government. And the person who should have been suing that person will be through the Ghanaian consulate, backed by money from South African companies in Ghana and across Africa. She's still walking around saying things that she doesn't know about. All right? Nothing like that has happened. Then our government goes in, they had to camp these people, okay? And again, it costs money. You think we have money to throw around? You think Ghana has spare money that we can use to go and charter planes and bring back and forth? If you are a good corporate citizen, you are a sensitive corporate citizen, if you are Goldfields and your lease is due for renewal, and we Ghanaians are going to sit down, look at you, and decide whether to renew it or not, you better sit up. The least you could have done was to say, oh, dear Ghana government, I see this problem. Sorry, I can't do anything about it, but here's some $2 million, please. Use it to create security and bring your people back. Nothing like that. And today you are asking us to renew your gold license, over which you have made over 30 million. And I'm aware they're a big taxpayer. I'm aware of all the other things. Okay. I'm also aware they've made a ton of money out of this place. And the least they could have done was to show that concern. They haven't showed it. Okay. So me, as far as I am concerned, we should hit them where it hurts.
And that's one of the
that is the reason why in our toolbox I still stand by my position that we should not renew the Goldfields lease. And by the way, let me land, please. Maybe when we come around, we'll go again. See, the decisions will be made by Mr. President and the powers that be. But I'm quite sure that even if you think I am being emotional or whatever it is, I am not alone. And it's a very popular position. If this government renews the Goldfield lease, they'll pay for it. Okay. On the other hand, again, I stand in the place where I see the numbers, I see the figures, I know, what it means. Okay. But trust me, people go to war, countries go to war. When you go to war, you know what you know? People are going to die. Citizens are going to die. You are going to lose resources, spend money. But sometimes there's a reason to go to war. So if we give up what Goldfields is giving us, just to let them know that if you hit us where it hurts, we will hit you where it hurts, it will send a message. So me, I'm saying what I'm saying because there is a good reason why tomorrow the president or somebody else will come and say, oh, because of this and because of that and because of that, we should renew their lease. We will not understand. All right? We will not understand. We are not touching MTN. Okay? Why?
Why are we not touching MTN?
I'm explaining. MTN does not have a lease that is up for renewal. Okay? So you can't just go out and touch them. And in that sense, I'm saying nobody's attacking South Africans or South African businesses in Ghana. We are not. We are simply saying it turns out that Goldfields has a lease that has come for renewal. And in renewing the lease, we have to consider so many other things. And to that extent, therefore, because this has happened and coincided, we should take the opportunity not to renew their lease. It doesn't say we are attacking them or anything. We are just exercising our prerogative because of some of the things going on. And I've spoken about why they should have done things they shouldn't do. Now, going forward, you see, why it's easy to deal with Goldfields this way is because they are not well integrated into the Ghanaian economy. Okay? If for any reason, for me, if you leave me alone, I'll say all the South African businesses here should list at least 30% of their value on the Ghana Stock Exchange. They take all the money away. And because we wanted investments, okay, after 83 and all the things that happened, we created a very liberal investment climate. We should start clamping down, starting with South African companies. They should list at least 30%. There are pension funds that can find places to invest in Ghana. Everybody's going to T-bills, and it's crazy. Okay, we should start exacting things from them, which will give us value, and we should also start bearing our teeth at them if they start messing with our people. There's a lot more to say.
Perfect. In fact, you've touched on a number of things which will tease out, because have we exhausted all the other channels diplomatically and so on?
Yes.
That you think so? For us to now resort to these measures and other arsenals that you have suggested this morning?
You see, again, like I said, when you have enemy action, somebody deliberately does something. In Tree, there is a proverb that says that what it means is that if somebody does not have the shamelessness, I don't know how to interpret it, but okay, if the person goes to a certain level with you, you to go to that level with them, okay? I do believe, without a shadow of doubt, that our foreign minister didn't just jet into that place and went to carry the Ghanaians out. They would have engaged each other. I've told you about the uselessness of AU. That should have happened. I believe something has happened, feeble as it is. You just heard that Cyril Ramaphosa flew in the last time. I have a feeling, in fact, I have some information which I do believe, that he has even expressed interest coming back again. All right? So some diplomatic work, I believe, is ongoing. It is inadequate. It is not sufficient. Look, sometimes the diplomacy works, but it works to the point where it disappoints citizens because nothing happens in a way that assuages our anger. Okay, so I don't have a doubt that, given the competence that Sam Okudzeto Ablakwa has shown in this area, I don't have a doubt that he's engaging them diplomatically. And please, the diplomacy must end in court. They must pay for it. So my point is, yes, it has worked or it hasn't worked or it has happened. We must take steps commensurate with the suffering of our people. Now they've come. You see that they've been giving, they was giving some money. There's a cost to it. That charter that we did, there's a cost to it. They are coming to have to assimilate. There's a cost to all kinds of things. The least these South African companies can do is to get together, okay, go and see Sam Okudzeto, okay, and ask them, how much did it cost you? Everything. Double it twice and pay to the Ghana government. Okay, they should get together, and there's a list of the people who have been brought back here. Okay, look, and I'm not saying this is like a fool. I'm not saying like somebody who hasn't considered them. They are possible, they can be done. There is nothing that stops the Ghana government from requesting that the people who have been brought to Ghana be employed by the South African companies in Ghana. They should find jobs for each of them, or at least the majority of them. So there's a lot that can be done behind the scenes. But my point is that whatever is done, okay, we should do something that hits them where it hurts. So the next time it happens again, they will think twice and say, hey, these Ghanaian people, they react in a certain way. Then they will take care of their people over there, and these things are likely to stop. Right. If we don't do anything, it will go on.
Now, Prof, so you're aligned with that position that these other diplomatic channels, even though are taking place, are not being effective enough, at least based on the results and impact that we have seen. So other arsenals in our toolbox have to be deployed alongside what is happening diplomatically.
Diplomacy, even when you are fighting in a war, diplomacy happens behind the scenes. But the point that my brother here is making is that we need to demonstrate our capacity to retaliate where it hurts them. Because you see, like you rightly said, we didn't just get up and got a plane to go and get our people. Remember that when the thing happened, we even summoned their high commissioner in Accra.
Yes.
Then the African diplomat showing any results. And Ghana could not take its chances by allowing the citizens to stay there. That is why we had to go for them. So diplomacy is an ongoing process, but you can't rely on diplomacy alone in situations like this.
I see. But you know, the expressions on the streets is actually finding some kind of accommodation in the courts. You remember what happened this week? The Constitutional Court has overturned a Supreme Court of South Africa appeal ruling that essentially allowed asylum seekers whose applications had been denied to reapply while staying. They stay in the country and reapply. Well, the Constitutional Court has ruled that now if your application is denied, leave the country. Leave the country and go through the process of reapplication. That's how you see the sentiments on the streets finding some expression in the courts as well. That's the direction that we're seeing going right now. But let me acknowledge the presence of Benjamin Kwashi. His Excellency is the Ghana High Commissioner to South Africa. He's joining us from Pretoria, Ghana's High Commission there. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Alfred. A very good morning to our panelists as well, and also to everybody that is watching us this morning.
Perfect. Now, so what's the situation now with the? We understand there's going to be a second batch of Ghanaians arriving in less than 48 hours. Confirm that for us, first of all.
Yes, there will be Ghanaians arriving, but not less than 48 hours. So what has happened now is that we going to come with 2 aircraft at the same time, and so the numbers will increase, and this will cater for everybody that has registered. There'll still be an ongoing registration decks at the mission, but what we have now, fortunately for us, the Honorable Minister has agreed that we should do 2 aircraft at the same time, so that we can bring our compatriots back home.
2 aircrafts?
Yes, at the same time.
I see. So how many Ghanaians have registered to be voluntarily evacuated from South Africa?
So aside the 300 that left last time, we have close to about 610 more that have been, we're going through the screening processes with them. They are almost done with it. Once they are done with it, then they are ready to be evacuated. We believe that it's an ongoing registration process, so we can't have 610 today. Tomorrow you see that 10 other people, 20 other people will register again. So we only stick to the data as and when we have it. So as of this time that I'm speaking to you, we have 610 people that we are screening to go through with departure in the next couple of days. I think within 3-4 days, yes.
Within 3-4 days.
Yes.
I see. Now, so that 610 will be in the 2 aircrafts that you talk about.
That's correct. Remember, each aircraft is supposed to take 310. So, yes, we'll work it out within the 2 aircraft, yes.
Let's see. And same Ethiopian, or these are chartered flights you're working on?
Yes, we're working on chartered flights. We're working on charters.
I see. But talk to me about, the general sentiments there. Now, you speak to them. I'm talking about these Ghanaians, even while they go through the process. Let's know what's happening right now to them.
Well, all of them are so excited to be going back home. I spoke to about a couple of them yesterday, and every day I tend to have engagements with them. And so I keep on asking them whether they are being forced to leave. And most of them tell me these are people that have businesses. When I say businesses, informal businesses. Some have salon businesses, somehow have shops that they deal in for mechanic works and other things. And they will tell you that they want to go. And we asked them, you don't want us to fight and get you here? They said, no, they are tired of this country. This incident has been recurring over the years. So when we even talk to them and say, look, we're taking a drastic stance now. We've gone to the AU. There are other things that we are doing that we know that we don't want to put it out there, but we know that at the end of the day, we'll get the results that we wanted. But they've made up their minds, because they will tell you that over the years it happens, they save money, and then it happens, they lose everything, they have to start all over again. So they believe that getting to Ghana and having the enabling environment, they'll be able to do better in Ghana than in this place. Another concern has been with the mothers that I've interviewed so far. Most of them will tell you that when they give birth, you are not given a birth cert in South Africa. They give you a notice of birth, which is a paper that they give you and tell you that you cannot get a South African birth certificate. You cannot get any documentations for your child. And so most of them are here with kids who have nothing. We end up doing travel certificates for them. And most of them are telling us that they are happy to go home, because at least their kids will have birth certs, their kids will have will be able to use this to be able to access medical facilities and also to go to school. And most of them will tell you that once they get to Ghana, they believe that they can be able to establish themselves in the field that they were working here, and they will do better because now they believe that Ghana is also creating the enabling environment that they need to be able to start up businesses on their own. The others that arrived 2 days ago, I think, are also giving a very good account of what was given to them, how they have been treated so far. So it gives all of them the encouragement to say that they want to go home and start all over.
I see. Now, you make the point about how happy they are to come, which is indeed true, because we spoke to them when they got in, a number of them sharing those heartbreaking experiences of what they have had to endure over the years in South Africa. But it is also equally true that they have broken their backs, made investments in that country, and they're having to leave all of it behind overnight to just come because of what is happening there. That's a reality we cannot wish away, is it not?
Well, you want to trust the John Mahama administration, you want to trust the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs that not a single of them will lose their businesses without compensation. I can tell you that we fire hands in doing what we have to do. The Honorable Minister is leading the charge. And so I can tell you that none of them, and we've spoken to them, they understand and they know what we are doing to ensure that, one, businesses that have been legally registered and have been taken away from them will get the South African government to do what is right. And we are not negotiating that one. We are going straight to tell them this and this is what we want to be done. And the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Kujetu Ablakwa, is the one leading the charge. So we're making headways, and I can assure you that in the days, weeks to come, you would get to know that any business owner that has left their business here to Ghana would have to be compensated for the value of that business as we are evaluating them as we speak now.
That is a very important information that you're just giving to us. But this compensation that the Ghanaian government, led by the Foreign Affairs Minister, is pushing for, is it through diplomatic or legal channels?
Well, he's using both. He's using every channel available to him. We've decided to go all out, so we will not use only one means. And I'm not here to put it out completely as to what we're doing, but I can assure you that he has put everything on the table, and he's going through with it to ensure that the results, and we've seen that the results are almost here. The results are very, very comforting. And so we won't put it out here, but I can assure you that he's doing what we have to do to get it right.
Perfect. Now, is there any engagement with the South African-owned companies in Ghana to also, as it were, support this process of bringing Ghanaians back from South Africa safely because of what's happening there?
No. What I know, and in my interactions on a daily basis with the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, there's no other person than the government of Ghana footing the bill. We've not gone to any of their organizations to help us in footing the bill and bringing our people back home. No. Government of Ghana is exclusively the one paying for all of this.
Has any of the companies either reached out, or has there been any overtures or any requests, as a matter of fact, to them to help?
No, we've not made any overtures to them. I'm sure that we don't want to do that, because in doing that, we become susceptible to them. We believe that if there's anything they have to do, they have to ensure that their country does what is right, and that is what we are championing. I don't think that we want to have anything to do with them helping us in any way. In that stead, it defeats the purposes of which we want to seek compensation. It defeats the purposes of which we've decided to go to the African Union and other international agencies. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs initiative is what allowed all the African diplomats, the ambassadors, all African ambassadors in South Africa. We decided and we boycotted the African Day celebration, first in this instance since 1994. It's never happened in this country. So we believe that we're doing something right. All of them are supporting us now, and all of them believe that this is the way to go to forestall any other future occurrence. We're not paying lip services anymore.
Excellency, stay with me, Your Excellency. Now, Mr. Bento, it answers a number of questions you were putting out earlier. Now we have some indication of what is going to be done, as well, the matter of compensation. Quickly.
I hear him, and you see, he's a diplomat. And I hear him talk more about the diplomatic channels, okay? Now, he says, okay, you don't want to engage them. The thing is, you may not be the one to engage them, but in a situation like this, you have to have 3, 4, 5 prongs. There must be today, as we speak, a legal team preparing briefs, taking lists of people, what they have lost, preparing briefs to go to court and fight for them. There must be a separate team engaging the South African companies in Ghana. The reason is this. If you go dealing with the South African government, they may be slow, okay? You can't go and force MTN or whatever to pay you money or do whatever it is. But you must be talking to them one way or the other. Why? If, for instance, the cost of all of this comes to $10 million, the companies here can choose to come together and pay it to you. So that whatever time it takes for you to get that kind of thing done, you will sort out your people. And like I said, nothing stops them. There must be a different team engaging them and saying, find jobs for these people. What stops them from doing that? He may not speak to it right now, but that's our job. Okay? I'm not in government. Nobody can hold me for it. Yeah. I speak, and I believe I speak for many Ghanaians when I say we must take action on this thing in a way that makes all the companies in Ghana from South Africa reflect and react next time they hear that somebody is attacking a Ghanaian anywhere. All right? And if we do it right in conjunction with the other African countries, it will force the South African business community, which has Africa as its biggest market, to think twice when they start calling other Africans in their country illegal immigrants. South African blacks don't travel a lot. I'll just stop. I won't say what I wanted to say.
Professor. So Jampo is going to come in now. I think he's here. Yes.
Okay, just one comment. Would we, the Nigerians and the Nigerian parliament, they made strenuous arguments in line with what Kofi Bentil is advocating today. Yeah, there's a Nigeria. I'll send it to Abdallah. We'll see if you can play it. They said they will shut down the South African businesses, etc.
We are not shutting them down.
Yes.
We are not, and again, I repeat, we are not attacking them. Okay? All I have said when it comes to the South African business is that they have been insensitive. And I have said that people like MTN and Co, who we don't have any problem with, we are just disappointed with them. But nobody's going to attack them. One, because they are very integrated in our economy and there's a mutual benefit. But when you have a situation like Goldfields, which is not that integrated in our economy, yes, they are a tax-paying corporate citizen, but has not shown themselves to be a good corporate citizen. If their lease was not up for renewal, there will not be a problem. But it is up for renewal. We have a prerogative to do it or not do it. It is our property. It belongs to the people of Ghana, held in trust by the president. Now going into that, if you are oppressing the people who own the asset you want, it's our prerogative, and we should exercise it against them. So they will know that we also have a government, we have a country, our people are not destitute, they don't come from a failed state. Their government flew a plane or planes there to bring them back. We are serious people. We are a good nation.
Well, there was this narrative put out, and thank you. And I'll go back to the High Commissioner. Mr. Kwashi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. There was this narrative put out by an official of the Home Affairs in South Africa that only 10 out of the almost 300 people who arrived on Thursday, in fact on Wednesday, I think, actually had documentation, and the rest were not properly documented. Is that the fact?
No, that's not. Alfred, I believe I spoke to you that night when he put out this figure. So we had a team, both from the High Commission, from their International Relations Department, Border Management Authority, Immigration, and the police services. And I can confidently tell you, speak to the fact right now and say, out of the 300 that were repatriated voluntarily, 80% were legal citizens or legal documented immigrants in South Africa. We have the records. We'll be putting it out. I know that the Honorable Minister is working on putting out a statement, and we'll see it in there. What the immigration officer put out, when we challenged him to it, he told us that he's going to retract and apologize. We've waited for the number of days that he asked for. He has not done that. So I think that it is in our interest to put out the facts as both parties have it, and that should put a rest to the matter. But on authority, I can tell you that 80% of those who were repatriated are legally documented migrants in South Africa.
But is there any confusion about what constitutes proper documentation for, let's say, Ghanaians in South Africa? Reason why there's this different positions taken?
Yeah, for far too long, we've allowed them to run away with the narrative that indicates that, for example, you have a Ghanaian that comes into South Africa with the tourist visa. Now, when he gets to South Africa, he sees business opportunities. Then he applies to the Department of Home Affairs and asks for a work permit because he wants to engage he or himself in doing business here. The law allows the Department of Home Affairs to say, yes, we want to give you a working permit, or no, we don't want to give you a working permit. Most of these people were granted working permits. They started working. Along the line, the working permit is always for a period of 3 years. After 3 years, it expires. They go back to the Department of Home Affairs to go submit for renewal. Now, in the process of renewing, Home Affairs gives you a document, a slip that indicates to you that yes, your permit your permit is with them. They are working on it, and that any police that stops you by the way on the road, you show them those slips that Home Affairs gives you. That slip can even allow you to go to Oral Tambo, buy a ticket, fly to Ghana, Accra, Ghana, and come back just with that slip showing at the airlines, the South African Airlines or any other airline, because it is a legal document that we've had over the years. Now, 5 years down the line, Home Affairs has almost about 3,000 applications from Ghanaians that they've not yet worked on. We called them and indicated that what is happening, you need to either tell the people whether you're going to approve, extend their visas, or no, you are going to refuse it. Until then, everybody holding that slip believes that their permits are going to be issued. And they agreed and told us that they had institutional issues, things have delayed, there's a lot of backlogs, and that they are working on it. You don't call these people illegal immigrants in this country. And so we have discussed it. It's not that we have only taken this position. There are two of us, there are two parties met. And when we put it out to them, they said, okay, in that case, they agree that these are people that are documented because genuinely, legally, they've gone through the process. And I think there's no ambiguity. We understand it, but they were just playing mischief. And I told the officer who made that interview that he's just not being true. He's being economical with the truth, because if that is the case, the handing over notes that we had between the two parties, we can just put it out there for everybody to know that something he signed to, I signed to it, he signed on behalf of the South African government, and indicating that 80% of those going home were legally documented.
I see. Now, that's some clarity that is key and also important, because this is a statement that went viral, in fact, and got some reactions sort of now supporting or legitimizing what they had been doing for quite a while now. But walk us through what's happening on the streets of South Africa now. And also, we're just getting some information that the Jacinta Zuma has been summoned by the Human Rights Commission there. Is that true?
We picked up in the news media that she had been summoned. This is not the first time that we've heard that she has been summoned. In fact, at a point where the African Diplomatic Group petitioned the Minister of Foreign Affairs that we want to see what is happening legally to those who are leading the charge and causing the mayhem and all this that was happening. And we were told that, yes, she was going to be picked up very soon. And that has been the last, it's almost a month now since they said that nothing has happened to her or any of the demonstrators. But yesterday, there were demonstrations. Now it's moved from the demonstrations of speaking to people and saying, can we see your documentation? Now they've started looting. Now they've started beating people. We have a situation of a Ghanaian being beaten to pulp, which the Honorable Minister got wind of this morning. As we speak, we would be leaving to that place. It's a 5-hour drive from Pretoria to go visit that gentleman who is in the hospital. They did that to a Ghanaian who was in ICU. And when Minister came here, Minister ensured that he visited the person and gave all the assurances. So it's moved from being the normal talking and now to them stealing, beating, and it's bad. It's extremely bad now on the streets. And most of our foreigners, African brothers and sisters have decided not to open their shops, not to do anything, just allow them to do whatever they want to do.
This started. Has there been any arrest, as far as you know?
No, not a single arrest has been made. I can say that confidently. The last time we had a meeting, they indicated some arrests have been made, and we asked them for proof, and they told us that it's a national security issue. So clearly we told them that no arrests have been made. We see the same people over and over again, so no arrests, absolutely none has been made. Not even a single one has been made, no.
I see. And Excellency, hold on a bit for me now, and having listened to you and what you have said, and what the state of affairs is, I bring in Professor Ransford Gyampo now on this particular issue and what is happening. Prof, from the perspective of what the High Commissioner has told us, there's going to be compensation that the government of Ghana, through the Foreign Affairs Ministry, is pushing for all Ghanaians who had investments in South Africa and have had to leave them to come to Ghana because of the situation there. That's a good move. Prof? Professor Ransford Gyampo.
Oh, no. Alfred, I'll respond to this, but colleague panelists, and Alfred, let me say this. It's important that you try as much as possible as you manage this program to fairly allocate time so that if Martin Kpebu is speaking for 5 minutes, he speaks for 5 minutes. If Kofi Bentel is speaking for 5 minutes, he does same. Because there's a tendency, you give all the time to them. By the time it gets to some of us, they've said everything that we want to say. And we are not here to be repeating ourselves, please. We are not here. And you know that we have people, no, don't be doing these things. When Kofi Bentel is talking, your hands are down. When we are talking, they begin to be doing gestures as in wrap up. No, please. Let me give it to you. Please, let me give it to you. Because I've spoken to you about this privately.
You have said this, and I think that...
I'm saying that, Alfred, please, let us apportion the time such that whilst we sit here and others are talking, people are also watching and asking, why are you also not contributing? Otherwise, what we may be doing will be doing the Kofi Bentel style. When people are talking, then you're also chipping in and all that. Kofi Bentel he's always doing that. Kofi Bentel style. And sometimes Martin also that. We want to wait for it to get to our turn. But you give all the time to them. And please, you are sitting here somewhere. I've been doing. So on this particular matter, they've said everything. What useful comments do I have to add? You've given all the time to them. Okay. Everything that I'll be saying will amount to me repeating the very thing that they said. And so my point is that there's more you have to say. Do you like talking, please? No. So please, let us ensure that you properly apportion the time, so that when we sit here and we are waiting, we will not be repeating some of the things that, because they've said all the points that are listed. But you are forgiving you. This is other
issues to talk about.
This shouldn't happen again. But please.
Nobody repeats his point.
This shouldn't happen, please, Alfred. But before I continue, when I was doing my mentions earlier, I forgot my deputy minister. Transport, Dorcas Afutofi.
You've got a message that you have to acknowledge.
Why are you telling me I got? I've not had any message. I'm telling you that I forgot. I forgot to include mention my deputy minister of transport, Dorcas Afutofi, who is also being at the retreat, and she's being very helpful on the repatriation. And I think, Alfred, you've taken what I've said in good faith, please. I want to commend the President of the Republic and the Foreign Affairs Minister for the proactive intervention that they undertook to evacuate our compatriots, our fellow Ghanaians from South Africa. I heard Julius Malema saying that maybe we shouldn't have evacuated them. And I want to look at this dispassionately, but I thought that what he said played on my emotional keyboard. I was very annoyed. He himself conceded that Ghanaians were being brutalized right in the presence of police officers, and the police officers didn't do anything about it. And yet he's saying that maybe we should have waited. Should have waited for them to be slaughtered like fowls? I think that sometimes we should choose between, we should be able to distinguish between wanting to be heard, politically right, and doing or speaking what is right, saying what is right. I think that he said those things just because he wanted to be, he wanted to sound politically right. But I think that it is unfair for you to say that when the people are being threatened, the people are being beaten, you want us to wait till they are being slaughtered, they are slaughtered before we intervene. I think that it was not the best of speeches to have come from him. And Alfred, when when Mandela finished serving just one term and decided to exit as president of South Africa, some of us were wondering whether successor leaders could be able to lead the country. When Mandela selflessly decided that, look, I've served just one term, I'm leaving, some of us were worried about those who were going to succeed him, because we felt that the grooming and giving what Mandela had been through, and then his persona, his appreciation of leadership and governance, this stood him apart from all those people who were, around him. And truly, what has happened in South Africa now clearly show these three things. Number one, weak leadership. Number two, deficit in civic education that allows people to appreciate their history. And then three, an atrophied or non-existent continental body that pretends to be existent, but in practice, it is not there. So, weak leadership. Didn't the president of the land see what was going on? How did he lead to dissuade these people from doing what they were doing? They all looked on. So I kept asking myself, South Africa, do they have a president? Do they truly have a president? Is he seeing what is going on? How did he feel when, under his watch, another government had to come to your country to evacuate its citizenry? How did he feel? And is he thinking about the safety and security of South Africans living in Ghana? Is he thinking about that? Well, I don't know. Deficit in civic education. Look, many African countries have this problem, including Ghana. Okay, such that people do not even know and appreciate their history. If South Africans, those unruly people doing what they are doing, if they knew their history, they would appreciate the fact that these people you are attacking, in the fight against apartheid, you had to depend on the support of their leaders. We are told that in Ghana, we had to part with some huge dollars, huge sums of money to support President Mandela in his fight against apartheid regime. And so we've done all these things. We all stood with South Africa during the fight against apartheid. Now today you are free if you appreciate your history. Will you be doing that to the very people who stood behind you in that fight? It appears that there is deficit in civic education. And I'm saying that this thing happens in many African countries, including Ghana. When we are teaching the history of politics in Ghana, when we are teaching introduction to Ghanaian politics, and then you mention some of the things that happened in Ghana, students of today will say, hey, are you serious? Did this happen? This happened? Did that happen? They don't know. And we have not also been able to equip and funded properly the agencies that are required to be offering some of this civic education to young people. And so oftentimes we lose our history, and once history is lost, some of these things will happen. Because I'm clearly saying that if the people of South Africa knew what happened in the fight against apartheid and the fact that they had to rely on countries like Ghana to support them, they would not be doing this to Ghanaians. And the last one, as a cause, is like we said, others have said, African Union, non-existent. And I'm hoping that as President Mahama takes over the reins of AU leadership next year, he would export his reset agenda to that continental body to make sure that by the time he exits as AU leader, AU will be able to play the role it is expected to play. What have they done? You are saying they have issued a statement. Who has read that statement? How many people even know that statement? Is this just a matter of issuing a statement when human lives are being lost, when property is being destroyed, and when people are being maimed? I saw the young man who was just being beaten. He was not even able to protect himself. They were just beating him. Man's inhumanity to man. My colleagues have taken it upon themselves to run more commentary about the caliber of people in South Africa. I don't want to join that. But what I want to say is that as a people, we have our culture. We have the way and manner we do things. I will appeal to Ghanaians that the whole world, we are noted to be hospitable. We are noted to be civil. We are noted to be polished. And so I've heard people saying that we know where South Africans live in Ghana. Probably we should be doing same. I appeal to Ghanaians that we are hospitable, we are civil. Let us not be that vindictive by also attacking them. In so doing, the whole world will see that we are a decent people. But when it comes to the business interests of South Africans in Ghana, Kofi Bento is talking about the need for us to take a second look at this Goldfields deal and all that. I think that one I would support him. If we can give their share to Ghanaians and Ghanaians can run it well, let it go to Ghana. At least, you see, there should be diplomatic interventions and all that, but it must be blended with other punitive responses from us. I'm not saying, as for reprisal attack, that would mean that we should also be looking for South Africans and be beating them and all that. No, I would advise against that. Like I said, everybody, I mean, I've seen so many foreigners who come, you interview them, how do you feel about guys? Your people are so hospitable. Let us do that to teach the people of South Africa some lessons about hospitality to foreigners, because it will not be good for us to repeat the same barbaric and animalistic treatment that they meted to our citizens to theirs here. So let us use the diplomatic channels to address that. But when it comes to their business interests, you are saying that we shouldn't be talking about MTN. Why are you? Why? But I'm thinking that, look, if it is possible that we give a signal for the whole world and for them to see that that business concern that you have can also be touched, I think it will make them sit up. And I agree with the suggestion that you made, that if these business interests are sensible and wise and proactive, what they will be doing will be quickly to be reaching out to the government. Please, we beg. How much did you spend in evacuating these people? We are going to take care of that and probably be employing all of the people you have, because the people who have to be resettled will play a certain role in the resettlement package that you are giving to them.
Okay.
If they are proactive. And I'm saying that those government officials who will be involved in renegotiating some of these business interests, with them, they should make some of these interventions a condition that we would renegotiate with you if you're able to absorb X number of people who have been evacuated to Ghana. We will be able to renegotiate with you if you are able to support or pay back, and in tenfold, the amount of money that our government had to use in evacuating, our people back to the country. it is important we do some of these things so that even though I believe the way to go should be diplomatic, we should lace it with some punitive responses that will let them know tomorrow the leaders in that country, if people are misbehaving, they will show leadership in trying to dissuade them from doing what is likely to cause them international shame and international response. Beyond that, I think that we've heard what the government is doing to resettle those who have been here. I heard somebody asking the question whether 300 jobs have been created in South Africa for those who were misbehaving. I mean, clearly shows people have described them already. I mean, I've been to South Africa several times, and you know the caliber of people who are there. They're blacks there. I don't want to join in that. But the point is that, are they really serious? Are they really hardworking? And it's just jealousy and envy if... no, jealousy and envy if you go... I don't know, but no. But you see... So... I commend the government in the interventions that it is putting in place to resettle them. We told some monies have been given to them. We told some of them are undergoing some medical screening. Some of them are undergoing some counseling. Some of them are also being helped to reintegrate into their families. And all that. We are hoping that this would also speak to all of us as a people, as a country. Let us all come together. Let us not allow partisanship to divide us. Let us rule our country. Let us ensure that our country is that developed. If we have what we can eat and what we can wear, and if things are good for us here, we will not be touring, we will not be trudging to some of these countries. So we are praying that as we continue to govern the country, it will also be part of our objective that we want to make the country so conducive for its citizens, such that nobody would feel. I mean, once in a while, you may have brains that we may want to export to go help other countries. But the idea that you have some people, I quite remember at one point in time, when I was the director for Center for European Studies, we held a conference on migration. And then we were talking about the dangers of migration, citing some of these things. People are dying on the desert, people are being jettisoned into high seas and all that. And telling people how, explaining to young people how some of us also stayed in Ghana here, and by the grace of God and through hard work, we were able to make it here. So advising them that, look, baby, it is possible that we can make it here. When the more I was talking, we had some students who were just looking at me and just laughing and said, Prof, and I was a bit discouraged. But the point I want to make is that we should aim at ensuring that we retain our human resource base here. And we'll be able to do this when we continue to aim at creating the conducive environment so that tomorrow they don't go to a country like South Africa. I've been to, but what is in South Africa? Look at them. What is there that people would want to go and then be treated like this there? It baffles me. But all in all, once again, I want to commend the government for being proactive. Alfred, how many minutes have I spoken?
So I was wondering when you say you had nothing to say because everybody else has said what you have to say.
How many minutes have I spoken?
There's a lot you have said. And thank you very much.
But I'm asking how many minutes? Because Kofi Benton was doing like
exhausted your time.
1 hour.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor
Rasford Jafo. Thank you.
Successfully blackmailed you.
Thank you. Yes, no, I'm watching. So you have said a lot.
I've said a lot.
Yes.
I shouldn't add more.
No, you shouldn't. His Excellency Benjamin Kwashi would have to leave us now, but very quickly, maybe before I let you go, Excellency, confirm a few things for us. Whether one, there's a message I got from somebody who I presume is in South Africa, because he's saying that some Ghanaians who wanted to come have had some difficulty going through the process to be registered, and they have asked to go back and bring some documentation. Has there been any situation like that where people who want to come voluntarily have faced some challenges? with
not
the High
at all.
Commission?
So, not at all. Not at all. There's not a single Ghanaian who has faced challenges. In fact, it is the reason why we negotiated and got the screening to be done in the premises of the Chancery. So all the officers are here in the Chancery, so that if there's any problem, it's presumed that they are on Ghanaian soil. We'll solve it here, rather than allowing our people to go to their offices where they can easily arrest them and put them in custody. If there's anybody saying that they've been asked to go for certain documents, the only time they'll ask you to go for documents is people who come with children. And those kids will come and tell you that, oh, it's not my kid, it's my uncle's kid, it's my sister's kid. Those ones, there are laid down procedures for in the interest of those kids that the Department of Home Affairs are strict with. We cannot even ask them to do anything about it because they need to ascertain whether indeed these are your kids. So we've told the Ghanaian community, there are mothers who say, oh, we want to stay back, but we are sending our friend with the kids. It's not allowed. The law doesn't allow it. So those are the only ones that we have had challenges with them. Aside that, not at all. But Alfred, if there's any challenge, ask them. We are currently at the Chancery. We're still going through the process so that if they want to come, they can come. I can show you throughout the Chancery, even now on video, where we have a lot of people, close to about 200 people here, going through the screening process.
And finally, also, you said in the next 3 to 4 days or in the coming days, we should expect 2 flights.
That's right.
Which will have some 610, all things being equal, 610 people coming to Ghana.
Correct.
But then beyond that, the registration will continue.
Of course, yes. It'll be an ongoing concern, yes.
Until when?
Well, it's a question I asked the Honorable Minister, and he indicated to me that until every Ghanaian that wants to go home is taken home.
So this process is going to continue until every Ghanaian who wants to come home?
Yes, through the challenges that they are having, we're hoping that this challenge is put to a stop. We hear that Jacinta has been invited to appear before law enforcement. We've been hearing that some people will be arrested. We've been hearing that government is going to deploy the armed forces on the various streets of South Africa, which means that our people can go back and open up their shops. When that time comes, I'm sure that nobody would want to go home under the circumstances that we find ourselves currently.
It's been almost 3 months, and these measures are now being taken. Do you have confidence in this?
Because we're now going very hard on them. We're going very hard on them. I'm sure that they wouldn't want. I've listened to the seasoned panelists you have. There's recommendations they've said, certain things that they've recommended we do, and I believe that these are all things that I know for a fact that the Honorable Minister is working on. So you are very aware that Honorable Minister, even in the difficulties that we were facing between ourselves and the South African government, had to fly down here himself for a day just to go through all the processes with the authorities and who mattered most. So it's something that I can tell you, 3 months down the line, we've not seen the action that we want, but we are beginning to believe that they would want to show that action now, and we just give them the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you very much, Excellency Benjamin Kwashi. Thank you. I know you're still staying with us to listen through. Thank you for joining us. He is the High Commissioner to South Africa, Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa. There's a message from... So Dr. Kwame Asante says, good morning. Did I hear Professor Jampo say that all the panelists have said what say? I have listened to him for almost 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. I've listened to him for almost 10 minutes. And okay. Okay, Prof. Yes, thank you. Okay, there's a message to you, Professor Lord. I'm not going to continue that bit. Oh, Professor Jampo. Anyway, Honorable Kojo Yanka says, and this to you, Professor Lord Yevuga, should Africans be allowed to roam anywhere on the continent without necessary legal documentation? Shouldn't AU advise all Africans everywhere to be law-abiding? From our experience of 1969 and 1982, I think AU and African leaders should protect each other by insisting on immigrants doing the legal thing. The fact of Ghana or Nigeria having assisted South Africa to fight apartheid should not be a license for any illegal activities in each other's country, which means people should obey deadlines. Please, people should obey deadlines to stay legal. I am not in favor of wholesale victimization. This is to Professor Evuga. Yes. This from Honorable Kojo Yankah. Yes, to you.
Former minister. Yeah, but you see, we are not supporting lawlessness. But like Mr. Benson rightly said, even if they are illegal migrants in your country, you have a duty of care. You can't say because they are there illegally, you allow vigilante groups to chase after them and beat them up. So for me, that is not what we are talking about. We are talking about the responsibility that South Africa has towards fellow Africans. And we are not saying that because we supported them during apartheid, we can do anything we want. But you see, intelligence failure and leadership failure, are you saying that when these recent waves of attacks were going to happen, South African government couldn't pick intelligence? Because they advertise it, that on this day, they are going to do this. And they know that anytime they do these, attacks, they attack innocent Africans, whether legal or illegal. And therefore, you have to let your intelligence services pick up that intelligence for you, and law enforcement should be there to protect and prevent attacks on innocent people. We saw on the TV screens how some people were being beaten helplessly. So we are not here to say Africans should roam everywhere. And the point has to be made that every country has a duty to anybody who lives within their territories. You see, when you geographical territory, that is your state, and you have people there, you have a duty to protect them. If they break the law, there should be proper due process. It cannot be the case that you just allow vigilante groups to go beating people up because they say they break the law. So I think the point we are making is that South Africa should take care of its duties as a state, a responsible state for that matter.
Just to also we're rounding up on this.
Just to also add that, you see, the venerable Kojo Yankah, I think that what we are saying is that even if these guys were illegal migrants there, was it a duty of these guys to be beating them? I mean, they have security, law enforcement agencies to be addressing some of these things or dealing with them in a very more refined, democratic and, interventions that would have given respect to their rights and all that. So what is upsetting all of us is the fact that you have some people being unruly, taking the laws of the country into their own hands and behaving like they are rather the law enforcement agencies. I mean, if we allow this, then it means everywhere there will be chaos.
Right.
Yeah,
1 minute.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. You know, during your interview with the South African High Commissioner, he also confirmed the fact that he has also heard the reports that Jacinta has been summoned. And I'm wondering why a citizen who is engaging in illegal activities, especially to this extent, will be summoned rather than being arrested. I mean, I don't get it. But that should tell you a lot. If a citizen engaging in this on live TV, footages are everywhere, is rather being summoned. I mean, it's a cold way of saying she has been invited. Probably they may even give her coffee. And that should indicate to you that the South African authorities and the South African regime, they are complicit. Right. Other than that, I don't see the basis why you should summon her. She ought to have been arrested. Yes, so that at least you send some message.
The president shouldn't come here. You said he shouldn't come here. The president, he shouldn't come here. He shouldn't come here. Whatever they want to do, they should do it in South Africa. He didn't come here.
Professor Kojo Yankah asked the question, should Africans roam everywhere in Africa? I was trying not to digress earlier when I was talking about law. There's man-made law and there's natural law. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not murder. Every culture has that. You know it should not be done. It's natural.
Yes.
Immigration law is man-made law. People sit down and then they decide these people are no longer with us. These people are now with us. Look, in the EU today, they came to a point to decide. And Europe is the most violent continent in the history of mankind. Look at the past 100 years, the wars and whatever you read about, Second World War, First World War, it happened in Europe. Okay? But they concluded that, look, Europeans must roam everywhere in Europe because it is good for our economy, good for everything's sake. Okay? Now, Why can't Africans feel free to roam around Africa? There is no reason why. The borders we have, somebody came and imposed them. Okay? And if you go to a place like England, it's arbitrary. Yeah. So I'm trying to be very polite to answer to Professor Yankah that yes, Africans must be free to roam everywhere. And if we are thinking well, we should make the laws that allow our people to roam. Look, in England, the kings of England, the royal family of England, they are pulled from all over Europe. The present king, King Charles, his father is Greek. He's from Greece. His grandfather is German. All right? And his grandmother is a mix of Germany and French. My point is, you craft laws that help you to move forward. Right. And there is no reason why Africa should maintain at least the borders in terms of trade, etc. Ghana and Togo should be free, move back and forth. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, I don't know why AU is delaying on this free visa thing. If you left it to me alone, no African must need anything to move to any other country and trade in all of Africa.
Mr. Bento, thank you.
Africans
quite
must
a
be
number
able
of
to move
messages.
freely.
I'll have to read.
The relationship between you and Kofi. Kofi is talking, then you put your hands down. What have you done to Afrit?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm not siding my professor.
Good morning. This one from Kizito Tema East Constituency says the South Africans are doing this mostly out of, ignorance. Okay. Listen to the High Commissioner. There's hope for the returnees, and kudos to the Foreign Minister and especially the President for this intervention. He says, good morning, Alfred. This is from Mustafa. I listened to Kofi Bentel's almost 6 weeks ago make this recommendation that the government should just take a plane and bring our citizens from South Africa. This is a listening government, says, who has acted on such recommendations. More of this is needed. A solution-oriented conversation is what I have listened to this morning. Although some of them...
Kofi has praised the government briefly on this. He said it in passing. I commend it. And then said it in passing.
Thank you.
Generally, governments, Ghana as a country, our response to some of these things has been apt.
Thank you.
The Ukraine issue.
I'm saying you have commented the government briefly.
Say more.
Say more.
You say I'm talking too much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
He says I'm talking too much.
Thank you. This one here says the South African Human Rights Commission has summoned her, that's Jacinta Zuma, to come and answer questions. I think that's what I referenced. Kofi Chumbuafo says, good morning, Alfred. South Africa has several multi-million-dollar businesses across the continent. It's time for us to make clear to the South Africans that we will not tolerate just assurances. They ship billions of dollars out of our countries every year. We want to see those vigilantes arrested and dealt with. Nothing short of that is good enough. Incidentally, Jacinta Zuma never attacked... I didn't get that part, but it says, I write as an outraged Ghanaian today and not as a politician or as a government official. As a Ghanaian prepared to hit the streets and organize a program against, it says, all persons who are aligning with such acts. At this point, we also want them to test the same measure of, mistreatment. This one here says, what is the point of having Pan-African Parliament in South Africa when the people themselves don't want Africans around? We should move the Parliament from South Africa, you say. This is from Kalio Inwa. Thank you very much. Now, we're moving on to the next issue. Professor Lord Yevuga, appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming. And I know that the next matter you don't want to get into, so thank you. He is the Dean at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, International Relations Department, and then also an author of, he graciously brought us some of his books, so he would give all of you copies. This is Independency, Political Independence and Economic Dependency in Ghana. Professor Lord Malco Yevuga, thank you for this book. Thank you, appreciate it. Also, we got a book from Kofi Bentung Quanson, the former National Security Coordinator, who also has given copies to all of you. You have yours, Mr. Bentung?
I do.
Yes, perfect.
Very interesting.
Indeed. Thank you. Now we're gonna take a quick break. We'll go after that. We'll go into the matters related to the anti-LGBTQ plus bill, which has been passed by Parliament, although the minority says that, and some of the sponsors of the bill on the minority side say that is not the bill that they sponsored, which has been passed yesterday. We'll tell you some of the highlights, the major highlights, and we will see what the way forward should be after this bill has been passed. When is it going to be, if assented? If so assented, will it address the pertinent issues that we had? Reason why we went on this path of having an anti-LGBTQ bill in the first place. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with a global reach.
Hello? You got certificate? Certificate. Wow.
Do you collect and use the information of people in your line of work?
Hello? Hi. You got a certificate?
Whether you are a big company or a small one, register and be certified by the Data Protection Commission of Ghana. It is the law. To register, visit www.dataprotection.org.gh or call 0256 301 533 or 030 804 0889. Privacy is everyone's responsibility.
When malaria strikes your home, it strikes everything. No more endless worry because of malaria. Fight malaria back with Vegatem. Vegatem is effective, safe, and fast-acting against malaria. Vegatem tablets stays effective right to the very last tablets. Vegatem is also available in suspension for children. Vegatem, tough on malaria, easy on you.
One choice, multiple styles. All big, all unique.
Maggi, Maggi. Maggi, Maggi. Maggi, Maggi.
Have you always wondered about the secret to bringing out amazing taste? Maggi the Dede has all the natural ingredients you love, like fish, shrimp, garlic, chili, pepper, and other carefully selected ingredients to give great taste and rich flavor to all your dishes.
Me and Maggi, so good together.
This advert is FDA approved.
The future of artificial intelligence is here, and it's happening right here in Ghana. Welcome to the Ghana AI Summit, the premier gathering of innovators, researchers, startups, and industry leaders shaping Africa's AI future. Engage in powerful conversation at our AI conference featuring expert insights, policy discussions, and real-world AI solutions. Explore cutting-edge ideas at the AI exhibition where technology meets opportunity. Join us as we celebrate excellence at the Ghana AI Awards, honoring groundbreaking achievements and bold innovations innovation. Witness brilliance in action at the Ghana AI Challenge, empowering the next generation of problem solvers. Join us in Accra, Ghana from the 29th to 30th July 2026. This event is organized by Knowledge Innovations and partners. Ghana AI Summit 2026, Artificial Intelligence for Economic Growth and Job Creation, Innovation, Inclusion and Future Jobs.
Charlie, you ready for this? You bet I am. It's your turn. Well, it's about to go down. Cooking with Game Changers, Ghana.
Coming soon on TV3.
Mr. Speaker, I am submitting that the bill that the sponsors have proposed with this so-called amendment by the committee, Mr. Speaker, our friends who are in government today oppose every amendment
Honorable Minority
in
Leader.
the 8th Parliament.
Honorable Minority Leader.
They want to pass a bill.
Honorable Minority Leader, you cannot refer to a proposed amendment from a committee of this House as so-called.
Mr. Speaker,
you know that is not proper.
Mr. Speaker, anytime I talk, you interrupt. Even when the majority leader gets it wrong,
if you use a language that is not proper, I will have to draw your attention to it.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader use lawlessness.
I will continue to draw your attention to it. You cannot refer to a proposed amendment emanating from a committee of this House as so-called.
Mr. Speaker, that's fine. I take guidance from you. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the attempt by the committee of this House to use amendment to water down the very bill that our friends, when they were in opposition, pushed it on the country. Mr. Speaker, that was their argument. And where is the principle? Mr. Speaker, where is your principle? They sponsored the bill. May I finish? You see, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is not a Democrat. Sit down. I listen to you in silence. So you sit down. Mr. Speaker, when they were in opposition, they sponsored the bill. They resisted every single amendment. Mr. Speaker, today, they are now saying that through a committee, they are amending, Mr. Speaker, the clause 9, the very amendment they rejected in opposition. Today that they are in government, they are claiming that this is the bill they want. Mr. Speaker, they are virtually rendering the very thing they propose odious.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the members on the NPP side
Who are calling for immediate
who were pushing that this bill must be passed today are doing everything possible to frustrate the passing of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee is a committee of this House. The committee is a committee of this House. In fact, in your absence, a member of the committee who belongs to your side got up and supported the proposals. He had just a few exceptions. He got up here and then supported the amendments. He said the amendments make sense. He supports it because the amendment is seeking to protect the freedom of lawyers to provide legal representation. and the right of accused persons to get legal representation. The freedom of media houses to practice and report. The freedom of doctors to provide medical services irrespective of the circumstances under which you needed the medical services. Those are the clauses that we are discussing. So when you run into the chamber, you can argue, you can look at the clauses. If you have opposition, some of us have had opposition to some of the clauses. We've moved for deletion and it's been deleted. But this your attitude of coming in and shouting left and right as if we're engaged in a shouting match doesn't help. Doesn't help. Nobody in this country will be deceived. As for the last election, you lost it. You cannot cure your loss of the last election by any kind of gimmicks in this chamber. It will not help. You had an excellent opportunity. We proposed the bill. Reverend Ntim Forger and co, your members, joined and sponsored the bill. And when we debated the bill, nobody in this house was the leader of the house. Nobody in this house under your leadership.
Well, so just snippets of the debate that preceded the passing of this particular bill by Parliament. But before we get into the details, welcome back to Key Point on TV3, and I would read some of the messages that came through in the first conversation as we go on. So just to let you know, many of you have sent us a message. But as always, the Key Point is brought to you by Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner. Activate your dormant account with Bank of Africa. Enjoy our refreshed products and services, including our enhanced SME support facility, the dollar debit and credit cards, and more. You can also update your account at any Bank of Africa branch with your Ghana card. Call our call center on 0302 429 333 or 0302 249 690, or chat Fafa at www.boaghana.com for support or inquiries. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Key Point is also brought to you by GASEM. GASEM is the nation builder. These are the highlights of the bill that was passed by Parliament yesterday. It's been a path that we've taken twice, because this bill was first passed by the 8th Parliament, and this 9th Parliament has had to go on it again because the president did not assent, the former president did not assent to this bill becoming law after Parliament did its work. We've seen this again, but there's been some amendments to the details of the bill as we knew it. It criminalizes advocacy and promotion of LGBTQ plus activities, promotion of LGBT activities, advocacy in support of LGBT rights or activities, public encouragement or sustained support for prohibited acts, distribution or publication of related materials in certain contexts, media or technological dissemination aimed at children. The specific, this is the context, because now there's some exemption to it that media can do this, but it shouldn't be aimed at children. Now, the restrictions involving children and media, the bill prohibits producing, broadcasting, distributing, or publishing materials directed at children if the intention is to encourage interest in prohibited acts or teach children to explore gender identities outside the male and female binary. Also, restrictions involving children in internet platforms, electronic devices, films, broadcast media, other technological forms. Adoption and foster care restrictions. The bill bars persons identified under LGBTQ plus categories from adopting children or being granted foster care arrangements. The category listed for the adoption and foster care restrictions: lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and also pansexual, non-binary, other identities considered contrary to the binary categories of male and female. Duty to report offenses. A person who knows an offense has been committed under the Act must report it to the police or community authority. Community authorities receiving reports must forward them to the nearest police station within 3 days. This effectively places responsibility on individuals, community leaders, traditional authorities, local officials. The bill also includes a clause prohibiting verbal abuse, physical assault, harassment, or extrajudicial treatment of persons identified as also LGBTQ people. Violation could attract imprisonment ranging from minimum 3 months, maximum 3 years. The proposed amendments also create exceptions for legal representation, court submissions, academic, scientific, and medical publications. They can do all this even if you are identified as LGBT. Health-related programs, counseling and medical services, journalism in the ordinary course of reporting, HIV/AIDS prevention and care. All these are exemptions as well. This appears intended to shield lawyers, journalists, doctors, researchers, public health organizations from criminal liability when performing legitimate professional duties. The bill introduces or revises definitions for marriage, intersex, non-binary, romantic relations, family values. The proposed definition of marriage is specifically defined as a union between a man and a woman whose sexes are determined at birth. At birth. And it goes on and on, and quite some detail. You'll find portions of it as we serialize on 3news.com. But no, it's okay. No,
He signaled to me. No, I've not done that, but if you want me to, I would graciously do it.
I'm going on a path. There's a reason why. Mr. Bento, let me start off with you.
All right, so
the concern of the minority, for instance, and other CSOs who is that the difference and amendments that have been made to this this bill that has been passed. But what's the issue, really?
So
it's 9:41.
Okay, Babo is timing. By the way, I wanted him to start.
Yes.
I should start. So see, look, when these arguments started, and by the way, the arguments about LGBT, I remember back in President Atamel's time, it came up, and I remember myself and my sister Nana Bampoado, Nanoye, okay, we were advocating in a certain line, and I remember the kind of blowback we got. That, hey, why are we protecting it? I kept quiet about that. Now, I'm taking it from there because the issues are not new. Now, the old law, okay, a couple of things that must be clear. One, this new bill, this new law is not the old one. In other words, the one they took to Nanado to sign is not the one they are taking to President Mahama to sign. Okay, and the question is this. Why are they not taking the same law to President Mahama to sign? Because of some of the things that were said in the previous law. The previous law was bad, very, very bad. And let me explain why it is so bad. It was so wide, and indeed this one too, in a sense, is said that anything you do, if you are a doctor and you treat an HIV person who turns out to be LGBT, you could have been arrested and put in jail. It was really bad for many, many, many reasons. Apart from the fact that nobody has any business trying to determine what people do in their bedrooms as long as they don't come out and put it in our faces. And that's the problem we have with some of these people who try to, live their lifestyles in our face. That's what we don't want. But in terms of that, our existing laws on public decency, we have laws on public decency. You can't strip naked in the street, and you can't do certain things in the street. Okay? In fact, the police have stretched it, beyond a certain point. I hear they arrest people who are sitting in their cars and that kind of thing. Yeah. It's the use of some of those laws, all right? Even though sometimes I think it's abused. Those laws are enough to take care of some of these things. Now, this new law has been watered down by taking out all of these things that you have, some of these things that you've spoken about. In effect, it has made nonsense of the whole law.
So it made nonsense that this law is not efficient enough.
Nonsense of it because
it's not efficient enough to address this.
Let me tell you what, it does not address the LGBT, containment issue at all. What it only does is gives people an excuse to attack LGBT people or people they believe are aiding or abetting LGBT people. The nature of the law is that, you see, law is about interpretation. The nature of this law is that it can be interpreted by the person who hates you, okay, against you, and used against you. So let me give you an example. If they say, one of the things you put up there was that something about education.
Yes, one moment.
Put it back. I'll show you how it can be interpreted both ways.
Yes. So this is so adoption, foster, restrictions involving children and media, and under which category?
You say, so look at encourage interest in prohibited acts. Listen, if you say encouraging interests in prohibited acts is a crime, what if the person is teaching people the things that LGBT people do, which they must watch out, avoid, and not do. That is encouraging interest. You are encouraging interest in things that are prohibited. Okay? So there's an intention clause there. Okay?
Yes.
But here, if you find somebody educating children that this is what these people do, when a man says this and that, you are encouraging interest in LGBT actions with the intention that you are trying to prevent the children from going. You can be arrested. And if you don't get a good adjudication, it will be interpreted against you that encouraging interest. If you are treating somebody and you are now, basically educating them about certain aspects of order, my point is that the nature of this law, if you read it, it can be interpreted this way or that way.
Right.
So it just gives power to people who want to hurt other people, okay, to go ahead and do so. I personally think that we should be careful how we proceed in these things. Okay, but there's a political issue and then there's a substantive issue. The political issue is that the NDC has shown serious insincerity and hypocrisy in this matter by sending a bill to Nanado that they themselves are not willing to send to their president. And that is proof enough, and Nanado is vindicated for not signing it. If they are sincere, if they are not hypocrites, if they want that bill that some George and Co jumped on rooftops to scream and shout about, upon which they won some of the votes in the last election, they should send the same bill to President Mahama. They can't, they won't, they shouldn't. And I support that they shouldn't. But in doing that, they should even scrap this whole thing altogether. If somebody gives you water and says, drink, Alfred, and then for some reason, that person has to drink the same water and they refuse to drink it, then you know it's poison. Okay. So it was wrong in the first place and they knew it. Shame on them.
Well, Professor Jampo, on this, whether the details as we have it is not going to achieve the objective or the purpose of containing the LGBTQ activities in this country. The main reason why we even went on this path of having this bill passed by Parliament previously and even just yesterday. Now, Kofi Bento says there's an element of hypocrisy in there, although the amendments have been applied, as it were, based on the engagement. And when this matter came up in Parliament, the position was that there had been engagement with civil society, and civil society made the inputs. Reason why these amendments were actually taken into consideration by Parliament itself, and not just one side of the House. Prof.
Well, I don't know what Kofi meant by the bill should not have been sent, and they shouldn't have been sent. At the same time, he said they should have. They should have sent the old bill, yes, which he felt. Okay, he feel the old bill was bad. Yes. He said they should have sent. Yes. He said they shouldn't have sent. No. And now, he claims they didn't send, and he has an issue. You don't understand. He said they shouldn't have sent it to President Akufo-Addo. Yes. And now he's saying he claims they didn't send it to President Mahama, and he has an issue with that. I'm a bit confused. But you see, let me. I think he's just contradicting himself. If it was, you claim it was bad then, and it shouldn't have been sent at that time, and so something may have then been done on it, and you are still complaining, and then I don't see where you are coming. But you see, there are 4 main stages of democratic progression, and each of the stage has its own human rights that it allocates to people. The first stage is called authoritarianism. Under authoritarian rule, you have no rights. Your rights are the ones that the dictator prescribes. If he says you should sleep, you sleep. A country moves from authoritarianism to an electoral democratic status or a transitional democratic status. Now, within a transitional democracy, the only human right that is prevalent, but that is not fully developed, is political rights. So the right to speak, criticize the government, the right to contest elections, the right to hold elections, whether they are free or fair is not really the issue. Yeah. But it's only political rights that are so prevalent in a transitional democracy. What we call ECOSOC rights, economic, cultural, and social rights, are not fully developed in a transitional democracy. Ghana is a transitional democracy. Now you move from transitional democracy to go to get into liberal democracy, where all the human rights are developed. So you have political rights fully developed there, when you hold elections, it must necessarily also be free, fair, peaceful, and transparent.
Yes.
Economic, social, and cultural rights are also developed. And then you move from there to advanced liberal democracy. That is where there people claim access and ownership to human rights, sometimes well beyond imaginations of others. I've been in a country where people had claimed access and ownership to certain rights that you wonder. Somebody had parked his car there. We went for a party. Somebody had parked his car and he wanted to move the car. Then somebody went to stand behind the car. Please, excuse me, I want to move the car. I said, I'm a tree. I have the right to be where I'm a tree, so I can't move. And the guy said, but I have to move. I said, no, I'm a tree. I have a right to become whoever I want to be. And so I'm a tree, I can't move. So this guy also, then if you're a tree, then let me go for a chainsaw. He also went to pick a chainsaw, started it, then suddenly the person who said he was a tree had to. So that is when you get to that point where people claim ownership and access to human rights beyond human imagination. Now, coming back to the point I want to make, Ghana is a transitional democracy. So some of these things that some people would want to claim ownership and access to, like LGBT, you can't have it, okay, in our part of the world. We have a culture and we have a standard way of doing things. We say we don't like LGBT. And if we say we don't like LGBT, so be it. We have gone ahead to make a law that criminalizes some of these tendencies. And this is what the people of Ghana say they want. And government must pay heed to them. We saw the owners, Professor Michael Kwe, who taught me, referred to some category of people as the owners of the land. Okay, and here he's referring to the various civil society organizations, the community heads, the clergy, the chiefs, the imams, and all those people. They've all coalesced, they've all come together to say that, no, this one, we cannot allow it. And so when even the act, this law that has now been passed, when it was passed then and it was not assented to, I mean, we had a lot of issues and complaints and criticisms. When President Mahama became president and then suddenly people tried to make partisan politics with this, and in that case decided to misinform the Ghanaian citizenry, not helping all of us to understand that if you initiate a process that goes through the parliamentary process and it doesn't terminate and a new parliament comes, you have to start all over. So when the whole process had to be started again, some people deliberately interpreted it as a cold feet to this whole idea. And I thought it was unfortunate, but it went on. Be that as it may, today we are told that the bill has been passed. It is on its way to President Mahama to assent to it. Now I'm hearing some people also commenting that some aspects of the bill,
watered down
have been watered down. But I'm asking myself, was it one person who sat down to do that so-called watering down? I heard them saying that a committee did some work on the bill. Was the committee made up of a certain caliber of people alone, or it was bipartisan? Clearly, given the way and manner we have done things in our parliament, I don't think that committee that did the work was a one-man dominated committee. It would definitely have people from across the political divide. And so if people say that it has been watered down and all, so are we saying that now we no longer need that bill? We don't need it, and so we should go back to ground zero or the status quo? I don't think that is what the people of Ghana. I've heard the Catholic bishop commending Parliament for passing. I've heard other civil society organizations, or those who, the Christian community, for instance, and the Islamic Muslim community, all coming out to say that, look, this is what we wanted, it's been done, and then let's move with it. But for the partisan people to want to puncture holes in it, and in my view, that is normal. The history of our Fourth Republic show that, look, in Ghana, they will tell you that this is what we want to do. If you do it, we'll still criticize you. So whether you do it or you don't do it, when it was being delayed, the regime was subjected to serious criticism. Now it's been done. It is on its way to be assented to. And then still we are finding, and I'm sure by the time President Mahama assent to it, people may even have a problem with the way and manner he assented to. And so criticism in our part of the world is normal, but sometimes I get worried when it is made to degenerate into unnecessary propaganda in a manner that insults the intelligence of the good people of Ghana. I'm talking about that criticism or that kind of wanting to be so cynical that if it is white and all Ghanaians know that it is white, you want to say that it is black. That is insulting to the intelligence of the good people of Ghana.
Okay.
And so for me, this is what the good people of Ghana want. They demonstrated that they wanted it. It's been passed. It is going to President Mahama. And I'll be happy if it is signed to serve as, to ensure that we have a blueprint that protects our culture, our tradition, and ensure that as a society, we must have a standard. Professor Okoye told me this, that every society worth its salt must have a standard. Without standard, we do not have a society. It is because we have a standard that's how come when you pick a food and you want to eat, you put it in your mouth. You don't pick food and put it in your armpit and say, do, and then they ask you and they say, I have the right to put the food anywhere, in any part of my body.
Thank you, Professor Jampo. Now, and Kwesi Kwarteng, because of the point Professor Jampo made about if concerns were raised about the previous bill and the content and nature of that bill, if those concerns have been addressed in the current bill and amendments made to reflect those concerns, why then do you describe this as a watered-down bill? It's hypocritical of this administration and that you only did politics with the previous instance. If those concerns have now been reflected and inculcated in this one.
You didn't like it. It has been, they've been addressed.
Don't worry, Prof. Since you don't understand, I'll help you to understand it. You see, let me state.
I don't understand.
You say you don't understand. Don't worry.
Kofi Bentel's concerns.
I mean, there's a panel.
Why you share Kofi Bentel's?
I share with you.
Well, I'm here, so let me see.
I'm helping you to understand.
Okay.
First of all, we want to put on record that nobody is doing partisanship or propaganda with this issue. What is happening is that the NDC have passed a dishonest version of the bill for its propaganda value. And it is a principle behind that. That is what we are exposing and discussing. You see, principles are not seasonal. Prof. Jampo pretended as though he didn't understand what Kofi said. I am going to help you understand. This is what you did. And I'm going to demonstrate for you. Respectfully.
If you invite me, then I'll come in. So you can make your point.
Very well. But respectfully, I'm going to demonstrate to viewers, including Professor Jampo, to see. This is what the NDC did. Alfred, they poured water in a glass cup for us to drink, right? Wanted to force the water through our throat. And we said the water contained impurities and poison. We will not take it. These people never agreed to it. Only for them to make a U-turn, this time around, go and pour the content of the water away and then fill the glass with the fresh water. Pure water. And now they are drinking. And they want us to clap for them. That is what has happened. You see, Prof, respectfully. You see, the old or the original bill was designed to set Ronaldo up and make him look bad. Alfred, you see, when we are in every constitutional democracy, laws are not enacted for mere symbolism or for the propaganda value. What laws are enacted for are to solve real societal problems and not necessarily for political messaging.
Yes.
What these people have succeeded in doing is to, indirectly make the MPP look bad so that Ghanaians will say that, they came to sign the bill. Of course, with the whole idea of pleasing the religious community and of course get the political capital from it.
What do you mean?
But you see, I'm going to explain to you. Laws are enacted to address identifiable social problems and cure specific social mischiefs. If you look at what has happened, what the NDC has done, this law particularly does not really solve any problem.
It doesn't solve any problem?
No, it doesn't really solve any problem. You see, if the mischief that they intended to cure was all about the act, banning the act, then Section 104 of our Act 29 already takes care of it. But you see, they went beyond that during their advocacy. They told us that this law was going to deal on advocacy, deal about promotion, deal about funding, organizational support, public campaigning. They spoke about all those things. And then forced that law on Akufo-Addo to sign. But look at the U-turn that they've made. There's significant shift that they've made. Now, if you look at this law, they've made critical exemptions for certain categories of people. If you can go into the act, they've made exemptions for certain categories of people. Now, they are saying that if we're a professional, if we're a lawyer, if we're a lecturer, if we're a doctor, if we're a CSO, if we belong to the international community and certain institutions, you may advocate under the umbrella of your professionalism, and that will not be illegal.
Lawyers, journalists, doctors.
Nobody has a problem with that. But you see, anytime you are discussing this, you have to put it in context. You have to juxtapose this very law with the old one. In the old one, what was the dictate of the old one? In the old one, it had clearly spelled out different orientation and connotation. But you have watered down the impact, and then you would want President Mahama to sign.
No, if you say you've watered down the impact, exactly what I just want to know. I want to identify the watered down impact you're talking about.
Yes, I mean, let me allow me. What I'm saying is, I see laws are enacted to address identifiable problems, right? Like I indicated, they are not made just for the propaganda value or just for the symbolism of it. And so at every point, you look at what the mischief that the law intends to cure. In this case, what mischief that is intended to cure. Other than that, there are a lot of laws that we've passed that are really not solving any problems. I give you an example, sanitation laws. I give you another example, even an aspect of the road safety laws. You may go into this anti-vigilantism law, Galamsey law. They are all laws that have been passed. But you look at its effectiveness and whether or not they are curing the mischief to which it was intended to solve. At the end of the Prof, you are disturbing me. You realize that these laws are really not solving any problem. And I'm saying that if you look at this particular law in discussion, it had two main motives. The motive was not only to criminalize the act per se, but also there was also an aspect of the advocacy. The advocacy in respect of promotion, in respect of campaigning, in respect of funding and what have you. Because these are the real problems that the earlier laws seek to address. That law was laced with so much hatred that no president could have signed it. And I'm saying that this was the law that Professor Jampo and Co., when their party was in opposition, forced through our throat and said Akufo-Addo should sign. Today, they have made changes to that law. And I pointed you to some of the changes that they've made. The significant changes, they made exemptions for certain categories of people. I spoke about the professionalism.
Which is here.
In terms of even the liability, the punishment when somebody is held culpable, they've also narrowed the impact of their liability. Some of them, they've reduced as low as to misdemeanor. In terms of the mandatory reporting, initially the previous law, if you are, for instance, a professional, you are a lawyer, you are a doctor, you are for lack, I mean, they hide under the umbrella of confidentiality today, that based on the confidentiality, you are unable to disclose. But the previous law, the old law, you were required to come and make a mandatory disclosure when an LGBT person walks to you. They were forcing Akufo-Addo to sign that law, which obviously breached the principles of confidentiality. At that time, they didn't have a problem with it. Today, they've changed that. They've also amended that. And so, what am I saying? The point I'm trying to make is that it's not really about whether or not a law has been passed, but it has more to do with, one, the effectiveness of the law and the consistency. Most of the provisions has been changed. And we want to let Ghanaians know that we are not against the anti-LGBT blah blah or the law per se. But what we are saying is that principles are not seasonal. Earlier, what was put in the law, the provisions of the law couldn't have been signed by Akufo-Addo. And if indeed they had intended to sign the same law, they would have just pushed the same document to President Mahama to sign. But they have watered down the impact by removing certain provisions. And
I'm still staying on that part, that if the details in that previous bill, which was presented to former President Akufo-Addo, which he didn't sign because of, how used to be put it, how hatred it was laced with. And those same concerns have now been addressed with the amendments and those elements taken out. What's the problem?
The problem is the principles. If you knew it was wrong, Alfred, listen, if you knew this water was wrong, why did you give it to your brother to drink it? The
The problem is a principle. You knew that the water was laced with poison, but you were forcing it on Akufo-Addo's throat, and you weaponized it. Kofi, that is a problem. In 2024, it was weaponized against Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. They are against anti-LGBT. They want to promote LGBT, and Akufo-Addo and Co, they are friends to LGBT. I saw pictures where they designed Akufo-Addo and Bawumia in LGBT colors, and they said that they were against, and they are promoting it, and they are afraid of the international community. Today, you are now giving a hallowed immunity to the international community that they can do their advocacy. You have given a hallowed immunity to the CSOs that they can do their advocacy. Why is it that in the previous bill, when it was passed in Parliament, were you in Parliament? Why is it that when we made every effort to amend it, you remember that time it was 137. They kicked against every effort in amending any of the provisions. They badmouth everybody, walk out of Parliament on many occasions. And they were forcing this same law on Akufo-Addo to sign. What has changed? Today, you have reduced the impact of the law. So for me, if you look at what has been passed today, it's almost like an empty law because it literally achieves nothing. Remember the premise of my argument, that law at every point is supposed to address a social problem. They should point out the social problem that this law is supposed to solve, aside the fact that it's only giving a propaganda value and showing a symbol that, well, the NDC has passed it. What have they passed? They passed what? Because right now, exemptions are given to this, because I'm not sure you will stand here on any day and promote LGBT. It takes these same international organizations who may come in an indirect way to promote it. But right now, they've given exemptions to those international organizations. Why? Because they don't want to have problems with their international donors and their partners.
The international organization you're talking about, in what context have these exemptions been given? I think it's important because you reference context. But when you make that wholesale statement that exemptions have been given to the international community, that's actually not the case in the bill.
No, that is the case.
There's a context to which, and I'm going to get into it.
That is the case.
There's a quick intervention that, Prof, just quickly.
No. So my brother here, I thought he said he was making me to understand, but I think...
you still don't understand?
No. Because, see, we have a country to govern. We cannot allow some of these tendencies to continue to fester. You claim that the previous law had certain issues that made it dangerous. Okay.
So why are you forcing it on us? Why were you forcing it on us? When you knew...
You said I was disturbing you, so I kept quiet.
No, but it's not your time.
No,
it's now.
He's giving me a little of your time, so you let me make my point. You said it had certain contents that made it dangerous. That's a previous bill passed by Parliament, okay, of equal strength at the time. Both NDC, MPP sat and then they passed it. And it went to President Akufo-Addo. He didn't sign. And you claim that, and now I understand the reasons why he didn't sign, because you are now insinuating that it had certain contents that were creating some discomfort.
In fact, the main reason for not signing was because there are some court cases.
No, I'm talking about what he is telling me now. It has certain contents or provisions that were creating certain discomforts. Okay, now a new parliament has been constituted, and it looks at this whole bill again with fresh ideas, and then also taking into consideration some of the things that you claim were making the bill, dangerous, and they have factored it into the new bill. And you are saying that that is rather the problem. With the greatest of respect, we all would have to be given the right to change our mind. Okay. On certain issues.
Can I respond?
Please.
You are repeating the point.
Let me finish. And so I don't think that...
Finish the point.
I don't think that we can be here governing a country saying that it was wrong yesterday and today someone has fixed it and say, but it was wrong and you shouldn't have fixed it.
It should be scrapped.
What should be scrapped?
Alfred.
The whole law.
Alfred.
The whole law.
Alfred.
And speak to Ghanaians because, this is what Ghana wants.
Your people, your NDC people were co-authors of the sponsoring of that bill. So don't pretend as though it was a bill that was presented by the MPP and was fought.
No, we said it was a joint parliament of equal strength. We said it.
No, you were co-authors of it. So don't pretend it was an MPP thing and it was bad and you came and then you have to change it.
No.
You were the main promoters. This guy, Sam John. You were the main promoters.
So what does that...
So can I land? You keep interjecting me. You are affecting my flow.
Please go ahead.
You were the main promoters. And you see, what is the point here? The point is that you weaponize that subject matter against the MPP during the 2024 election. You presented and made a case as though it was the best thing that will ever happen to our country. And that it is Akufo-Addo who is being the stumbling block of that law. That was the impression that you gave. At that time, didn't you know that there was fraught with some of these irregularities that required amendment?
Gentlemen,
you pretended as though everything was fine.
You are the one.
Your microphones are off. Lawyer Matipebo.
I'm not the one saying it. You've made amendments. I'm not the one saying you've made amendments.
Thank you. Lawyer Matipebo, does this law in its current form, or this bill in its current form that has been passed by Parliament, address the main objective of the promotion of the anti-LGBTQ plus activities, or it is an empty law as has been described by both Mr. Bentel and
naturally, you see, in matters like this, it depends on where you sit. It depends on where you sit. So, yes. As for principle, I've always said it from day one that, or even before this bill, I've represented LGBTQ people. I've represented them over the years. I'm a lawyer. The fact that a person is LGBTQ doesn't mean that he doesn't rights, right? Even the last time there was a big party in Accra some 2-3 years ago. Me and a lot of my colleagues in the law firm, we went.
So you are their friends?
Yes, say so. I really don't mind because look, we are human. All this while, you see, I've not been very vocal in this debate because I've been consistent from day one that I know some of them say they are scared, etc. You know, our society is very conservative. They don't want to pay the price for stigma, etc. So they've chosen to be quiet. And I say, now if you the one in the situation, you don't want to pay any price, then I can't also grind my credibility to ashes. Yes, exactly. I can't be more Catholic than the Pope.
You make your point.
Yes, so no, it's fine. So and it's good preliminary. So that's how come you don't see me being at the forefront of this fight because if you're in a situation you need help, show your face. We need a poster child. So amongst all this, when I keep saying there are some of them privately we know who are very successful lawyers. You are very successful at that age in life. You are not willing to show your face as the poster child, so that you see, like we say locally, that nipenim yedru. Okay, so when you show your face, you are likely to invoke compassion, etc. But none of them is willing to. So
are you saying there are LGBTQ people who are successful lawyers?
Yes, there are some who are lawyers and some are doctors. Every profession, they are in there and they don't want to pay any price. So if you don't want to pay any price, the stigma that comes with it, then why should I be the one to crash my reputation, all of my comfort? You remember, I say this because the first time I said something that I thought that with time, eventually we would be more accommodative of their situation. Fuamoni said, I would not live to see that day. Some 5-6 years ago. If you can Google it. The first time I said it, that look, naturally, I'm not promoting it, I'm not. But I said that from the way societies evolve, etc., yes, at the beginning you will find very vociferous, very antagonistic statements, etc., against the practice of LGBTQ. But as we develop, as we become more enlightened, we will be compelled through that social evolution, through that social refinement to accommodate them. And just for saying that, Moses Fuamoni said, I would not live to see that day. We'll see who have the last laugh. We'll see who have the last laugh. Because you see now, you look at the bill, and what we are saying in the bill, and I'm sure that's why it's been passed. We are yet to see the passed version.
Yes.
But one of them is that the bill says that they're seeking to prohibit people from harassing and intimidating gay persons. Yes, so it's prohibited. It's prohibited. Harassing. You find the bill memorandum. Yes. So that's not read it, so go ahead. Yes, so they're saying that please.
You have not read.
It's an offense to harass and beat them up, ridicule them, etc. No, because you see, they're human, except that in our society, they don't want to show their faces. That's how come they can't get as much protection as would have been desired. I'm sure with time, now that this bill has been passed, with time, they would come up. Look at.
So this bill is exactly the reason why they won't show their faces.
No, they would. Yeah, that's protection. And there are parts that says that you can't. Yes, I see protection because look, with this, these are several huge steps forward. It's better than the old regime where we just had the section 104 saying that look, if we catch you a man sleeping with a man, it's an offense.
So this is an improvement.
Yes,
but if it's an improvement, well, let's say so.
Okay,
so if it's an improvement, why do you have a problem?
None of you has been heard. None of you has been heard. Let us be able to continue.
So I was giving this example. You know, there's Wesley Streeting, the health. Okay, he's just resigned. The previous health minister of the UK.
Yes.
You see, he's gay and he's never hidden it. I know currently, I mean, it's possible he will eventually become prime minister, but he's not hiding his gay identity. The point I'm making is that, so you see, having shown his gay identity, of course, there are people in his society who would chastise him, people who would berate him for that. Yes. But the larger majority of the citizens kind of don't have a problem. I mean, for the fact that he's running to become prime minister, because, I mean, if Andy Burnham doesn't make it, it's likely West Streeting will become prime minister of the UK. Gay, openly gay, young man, is it 37 or something like that?
Yes.
Forgotten the exact age. So you see that, so the lawyers here, the doctors, etc., who say they will not show their faces, they are cowards. You have to. You don't want to pay any price at all. Why should we be the ones suffering? Yeah, we've suffered enough. Why should we be the one? And some are even very, very successful. Some to the extent that if they stopped working today, they would eat till they die. Their grandchildren will come and meet that wealth.
The lawyers who are LGBT.
Yes. So you want to hide in there, get all the master briefs, then we come and sit here, take all the insults, and then you prosper in privacy. I mean, what kind of hypocrisy is this? I mean, you see, so please.
Nobody has any business going after anybody because of their sexuality.
Yes, so that's
the old bill makes was that bad. The new one is also bad.
So please, let's note aspects. So the bill makes it clear that one of the aims of the bill is to ensure that we are complying with the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. Specifically, the bill mentions goal 10, avoiding discrimination, etc. So we don't want these persons to be ridiculed. We don't want them to be harassed.
It criminalizes.
Yes.
It criminalizes it. So if you come out, you become a criminal.
Sophie, you have not read
I don't think so. This generally,
I don't think so. So that
I think that this generally moves it forward. You see, you won't get everything at a go. You see, society evolves gradually. It's just like the institutions we see today, where we sit today. We evolve gradually. You can't get, as Prof. Jampo is mentioned, in our society, you remember previous times that this bill has been up for comment, I've been saying that, look, millions of our citizens are hungry. I come to sit here advocating for better economic opportunities for our citizens, those who are poor, all right? So you are talking about over 10 million of our citizens who live on less than $2.15 a day. So that's in simple language. Some people can't afford even 30 Ghana cedis a day. Can you imagine? So those are the people we are here for, trying to hold government accountable so that government will come up with better policies to be able to help these people, people's rents, people's electricity bills, people's medical bills, etc. So I've always said that, look, when it's time for this bill, that is what I want to discuss. Yes, so I've always said that, but eventually the bill has been passed, and so I'll shift a bit to give a bit of education that our parliament in passing this bill, which the president has assented to, is saying that we are trying to move up. We're trying to show we are a civilized society by openly making it an offense for people to harass LGBT people, for people to intimidate them, okay, for people to seek to deny them medical attention, etc., on grounds of their sexuality, for people to deny them legal services, all the other exceptions you've seen. Right. So for me, it's an improvement. But as I keep saying, the last word is that the big people in that community who don't want to show their face, I think they are doing a great disservice to the gay community and a great disservice to Ghana. If you insist that that's how God created you, what's the shame about showing your face?
The law says it's a crime.
No, but when you insist, you show your face, eventually it will change. That's why I started by saying that in our Twi language, you hear you say, okay, infantry, etc. Alright? So when you show your face, so if you see that Esimesi is gay, then people begin to say, oh, but is that not the lawyer who helped me in this case? The lawyer who did this. Then you see that it begins to present a different story. So you see that, okay, the person is gay, but he is functional in other areas. He's helped the society. It helps in the thinking. But these guys have chosen to hide in the closet, harming their own communities. Because, and as I said, the worst part is those who are very successful. We who haven't made much in life, come here and talk about everything. We are not scared, from Mampam to etc. We are still alive. And then you have made tons of cash and you've decided to hide your face. Come on.
Thank you. As we round up.
No. So
I'm done.
Yeah, you are done. Yeah, thank you. So, but Martin, I think I want to still make the point here so that Kofi Bentil and Co would understand. We live in a society. We are in a certain epoch of our democratic progression that goes with certain human rights. And I'm saying that at this particular point in time, the good people of Ghana says they don't want LGBT. And they have insisted that their parliament passes a legislation to give meaning and effect to what they want, their wishes and aspirations. And so should that be.
Okay. Alfred, this legislation doesn't talk about what. No, why you can't see me? You allowed him.
No, but why? Must you always say something?
Come again.
Must you always respond?
There's a message that you respond to, and a number of messages have come to. Let me just clear. We'll go into the floods right now.
I feel bullied.
Tafa in Amra here. Good morning, Alfred and your panelists. So now you said the MPP members are telling us that the law was not signed by President Kufuor because it was bad then. This, you say, is dishonesty because I thought they said that someone had gone to court and put injunction on the bill. Therefore, President Kufuor can't sign it. No, that's what I referenced earlier. Kofi Fosu Mensah Asen Sibenso, the reintroduced bill as passed by Parliament yesterday has no substance. You see, the content has been watered down by Clause 9, and I'm surprised the majority wants us to praise them for that. You say, thank you very much for your message. This one here also says, Simon says, good morning. When Kofi Bentil said Parliament should have resent the bill passed by the 8th Parliament to President Mahama in the same form to assent to, he was equally being unfair to the majority leader, Mahama Yarga, because he earlier suggested that the bill should be resent in its current form to the President. But the minority and the Speaker disagreed with him and argued that the bill must be taken through another scrutiny. That scrutiny needs amendment, and that was exactly what Parliament did to the new bill. Isn't it ironic for MPP, who was in control of both the legislature and the executive, to make it look as if it was only the NDC MPs who worked on the earlier bill? Simon, thank you very much. Echo Scary Anand says, good morning. Is it the case that the MPP and the minority wants journalists and other professional groupings to be punished for any form of discussion related to the LGBTQ activities? So thank you, Echo, as well, for your message. This one here, I don't understand Kofi Bentil's position. Why didn't Akufo-Addo accept the bill and make his reservations known and ask Parliament to do the amendment? He rather said Parliament should cease and desist from bringing the bill to the presidency. Thank you. This is Khalil from this one from Juliet says, Kofi Bentil is my man for the day. Sometimes his positions are anyway. But today I agree with him. He's been a Ghanaian. Thank you. I think it's referring to the previous conversation about it is this South Africa. This is related to the South Africa issue. Thank you. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. We'll have the Director of Inspectorate at the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, joining us. We're getting into the floods. Thank you.
is the center of our team, the one that we are taking to the World Cup.
What I yearn is to have a team than to have an individual, skillful person that will not result in us doing anything.
If we go and we don't go further than where we start at the beginning stages, who do we hold responsible?
Well, we just have to come back and come and plan again.
There's a general complaint or concern that people are not getting the visas to watch the game.
The fact that the World Cup is being hosted in United States of America and Canada doesn't mean they are going to just relax their rules of entry into their country.
Is he making a mistake not including the likes of Dede Ayew?
You see, he has already selected. I'm the minister responsible for sports. At this moment, what I want is the spirit of the country behind the team.
The former minister, your predecessor, Mustafa Yusuf, has said that, and I quote, "I deny being responsible for any such irregularities, if any at all." Is this sufficient?
Well, this is not sufficient. This is just an indication that he is contesting the report. But there are lawful processes to contest the report.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
TV3. First.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us. Ideas challenge us. An honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abinanya Kwasumini, coming soon on TV3.
TV3. First in news.
Adisa Plus Parental Control helps you manage what your kids can watch. Open settings and select parental control. Enable the feature and create a 4-digit PIN. Choose the maximum content rating you're comfortable with. Any content above this rating will require the PIN. Restricted titles appear locked across the app. Trying to play restricted content prompts for the PIN. Correct entry unlocks access for that session. Multiple incorrect attempts can temporarily lock access. Parental control on Adisa Plus. Available now. Adisa Plus. Safe streaming your way.
This Sunday on Hot Issues. Who is the center of our team, the one that we are taking to the World Cup?
What I yearn is to have a team than to have an individual, skillful person that will not result in us doing anything.
If we go and we don't go further than where we start at the beginning stages, who do we hold responsible?
Well, we just have to come back and come and plan again.
There's a general complaint or concern that people are not getting the visas to watch the game.
The fact that the World Cup is being hosted in United States of America and Canada doesn't mean they are going to just relax their rules of entry into their country.
Is he making a mistake not including the likes of Dede Ayew?
You see, he has already selected. I'm the minister responsible for sports. At this moment, what I want is the spirit of the country behind the team.
The former minister, your predecessor, Mustafa Yusuf, has said that, and I quote, "I deny being responsible for any such irregularities, if any at all." Is this sufficient?
Well, this is not sufficient. This is just an indication that he is contesting the report. But there are lawful processes to contest the report.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
TV3. First in news.
Saturdays at 5:30 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by
Fratelli
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, Voice of London Radio, Voice of London Television, a number of radio stations across the country. Kesmi 107.1 and Tamale W93.5 and a number of them. Now, we're also on 3 News on YouTube. And thank you to the many people who have sent us messages this morning. As always, Key Point is proudly brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Gentlemen. Also, Kasem, the nation builder. My outfit this morning is by Cobra Clothing. It's the best version of you. You can contact them for this and many outfits you see me wearing on Saturdays on Key Point. Call them on 026 055 8056. 026 055 8056 for this outfit and many others. Now, floods have again hit most parts of the capital, unfortunately. We understand this is just the beginning of the rainy season. And if what we have seen is just the beginning, we don't know how the main season itself will be, because the month of June, we understand, is the height of it. This is the beginning with all of these flood waters, as we are seeing. The damage and the destruction is already caused. The beginning is the hardest. It is a worrying development. Richard Amo Yate is the Director, Inspectorate Division of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO. Samoyate, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for making the time
Let
to
me
join
also
us.
go on to say good morning to my fellow panelists, good morning to your viewers, and good morning to the Director General of NADMO, Major Dr. J.B. Kuyon, and all the NADMO staff who are on the field as I sit here right now, working and assessing the situations in Weija and other areas for the appropriate mitigation measures and relief to be put in place.
Thank you. You've learned well. You listen to Professor Jampo, eh? Don't worry, it's okay. So started by greeting people, but you've been greeting. You took 10 minutes to greet people this morning. Anyway, listen. This is the path that at least we trace with the floods in the Greater Accra region, and we know this. This is. And when we're talking about these highly susceptible areas, the metro area, the Accra metro area, is where we identified based on information that NADMO itself has on their website and published information that we have. These are areas that we know are flood prone. These and more. But Sakomo, or Sakomono, as has been known, Klagon. And we highlighted these areas because this Sakomo area, there's always demolition at the Ramsar site, because people have built in areas where they're not supposed to build, and also in waterways. But then every year there's flooding, and every year there's demolition of those places that the previous year demolition took place. So what is going on? You go and demolish buildings, then the next year permit is given to other people to go and build at the same place, you go and demolish. So where's the missing link? We'll look at it. And that's some of the demolition we are seeing going on there. So demolition is really not the solution to what we're faced with flooding. So what has to be done differently? Now, we had this GARID project, the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project. We had millions of dollars pumped in. The World Bank gave us some facility in that regard, over $350 million. That's just for this GARID project. What has been done with this money, and what problem has this money solved? In addition to the money that the governments, gone by and present, have spent to try and address flooding in this country. Look at it. It's not looking good. So where is the missing link?
The missing link is in the failed government, and I'm not talking about NDC or MP.
It's in the failed government.
It's in the failed government.
Hold on to that point. Just a quick overview of the Samoyate, the flooding as we've experienced over the last 2 weeks. What's your assessment of it in the Greater Accra region? Quickly.
Let me say that we've had flash floods across the Greater Accra metropolitan area and then some parts of Central region.
Yeah, my hometown, Saltland, got flooding. Yes, please.
We call them flash floods because it's as a result of high intensity and then low infiltration. Low infiltration because of sometimes inadequate hydraulic structures, encroachment on waterways. So that is why at the beginning of the year, when NADMO got the forecast for the year from the Ghana Meteorological Agency, we worked with them on a daily basis morning, every day, in the morning, in the evening, we are updated on the weather situation for our planning. So at the beginning of the year, we engaged the MMDAs in the known flood-prone areas and then started some work in terms of opening up drainage channels and then recovering some wetlands to ensure that we have unimpeded flow of water to mitigate flooding. That is why you saw us in the Sakumo Basin, the Peishi Basin, and you can see that the floods we are experiencing right now are mostly in the Densu and then the Lafa basins. Now, the Greater Accra metropolitan area alone has 9 major drainage basins, starting from the Densu to the Sakumo.
Yeah.
And then also surrounded by the Equiapim Hills. So that tells you as naturally the plain of Accra is prepared to receive water. And then by our own development, we are increasing the runoffs from the Equiapim Mountain by removing the vegetation on the range for structural development.
So you're saying we are rather building, and we're obstructing.
Yeah, by building, we are removing the vegetation which holds the
water
runoffs.
Right.
And then beneath the mountain, where we had retention areas, they've all been reclaimed and built upon. So the runoffs moves now at a faster rate, downstream, without adequate hydraulic structures to contain them. That is why we are engaging this exercise of opening up water channels and recovering wetlands to ensure that we have unimpeded flow. Because some of those who develop in this Ramsar site and wetland, they elevate the grounds. So what is originally a low-lying area that will allow unimpeded flow into the basin is now a higher ground and prevents the flow. And then it inundates communities and then causes the flooding. And then in other areas, you realize that we have underground drains. I can tell you that as the roads are flooded, the underground drains are empty.
Why?
Because,
what's causing that?
Yeah, because refuse. We use refuse to block the inlets. That is why the infiltration is slow. That's why after about 1-2 hours after the rainfall, we realize that the roads are dry and then things get back to normal. So it's due to slow infiltration.
I see, but you see, you talk about these areas that are supposed to hold water, vegetation. So we're not supposed to even be building at these places. Yet people are giving permits signed by people in authority to build. And yet these people go scot-free. Nothing has happened to them, as far as we do know. You only go and see demolition taking place. You recommend that buildings should be demolished at Ramsar sites and other places.
Well, let me correct an impression. We don't demolish, just go and demolish structures. These are done by the assemblies have the Authority for Development Control. We only assist them, work with them because we have an interest.
I see.
They demarcate the safe areas and the red zones.
Right. The assemblies.
Yes. And then they work with us to remove the unauthorized structures to allow for unimpeded flow.
That's what these same assemblies who are complicit in
that is why
instances
I don't want to believe that
in this safe
they have permits.
Zones.
All these structures we remove.
Some of them have permits they have shown to us.
You see, people claim to have permits, but then when we sit down with them with the assembly, they are proven wrong. Most of the cases that we have encountered people who have come with documents claiming that we have permits.
So, but you see, buildings are not put up in a day.
Thank you.
So, if indeed they didn't have permits, the assemblies are present in the assembly. They have officials of the assembly going around on a daily, weekly basis. And you see a building coming up in a safe zone or on a Ramsar site, and it's not supposed to be there. You wait for the building to be put up completely, roofed, and sometimes people living in there before you come with bulldozers to pull them down. I mean, what's happening?
Let me make this point. There's a huge gap in terms of enforcement capacity in this country, across board. Police to citizen ratio, we don't meet the standards, and it's across board. In the same way, what is the capacity of the assemblies? You go to an assembly, they have a works department that is supposed to be monitoring the works department, the building inspectors who are supposed to be monitoring, going around these vehicles, don't even have vehicles to move around.
They don't have vehicles.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
you
the
see,
problem.
by the time you... No. And then also, citizens are not reporting wrongdoing. People are in the community, they see wrongdoing, they won't report. And they expect that we will know the problems in the communities. Every community, I mean, people should have that responsibility to safeguard their own interest.
But so if you're saying they don't have vehicles to move, then what's the essence of being there, going to work on a day?
That is what the challenge is. That is why I said there's a huge gap in our enforcement. We don't, the standard that the enforcers have to be able to enforce all the laws and regulations, they are not there. They don't have the resources. And it's across board. It is across board. So until we are able to bridge some of these gaps, strict enforcement,
they get vehicles to do all of this, they can't do the monitoring well.
If citizens were being responsible.
Why are you pushing this on citizens?
Why are you pushing this on the agencies? No, I mean, it's a two-way affair. It's a two-way affair.
Employed to do it. We are paying you to do the monitoring.
But you are responsible for your own safety first and foremost. You must save yourself first and foremost before anybody can come in to assist you.
So I disagree.
Because I will not know the situation you are in.
The assembly must know
until you report or you inform me.
But that's why there's a monitoring unit of the assembly.
I have not said this. I've told you the challenges of the units.
Sir, I just want to
across
ask
board.
I just want to also ask
there's a lot of disagreement.
So were you saying that on the Ibri Mountains, for instance, that people are selling and people are building, that place is supposed to be left green, and then we are looking on acid being is that one of the causes for
one of the causes we are having faster runoffs without adequate channeling of the flood water.
So your view is that whole place should be left as green. We should have left it green. Is that the case?
No, there should be the right approach to
Who
development.
should do that thing? Who should do the right
There should be the right approach.
What is it?
To
What's the right approach?
development. You see, as a citizen, if you want to develop, you take the decision to develop.
No, it's not true. No country does that.
No, listen. No. As an individual, you decide that you want to build a house.
What he's trying to tell you is that respectfully, you are wrong.
Oh, Kofi, you let him answer the question.
Why am I wrong? I will have to take a decision to build a house.
Development is controlled.
No, I've not said.
Listen
to me.
Let him.
If you don't allow me to finish.
Because what he said, now, I was frightened that, you see, if we have successfully dissipated the Ekrapim, the Ibri Mountains, and then the low-lying areas that are also supposed to be receiving the water that runs from there. We've also upped or hyped or raised them. Then it means that forever and ever, we are going to be having some of these challenges. And I'm wondering, anytime I'm driving there, you see the rate at which people are buying those lands. And we are asking on the mountains, I'm asking that, but don't we know the purpose that the mountain is supposed to be serving?
See, that's why you are there. That's why you've been employed.
That's why I'm saying that if the citizens take up some of the responsibility to save themselves and their own investments, I will decide that I want to put up a house. It's not government who decides that Richard build a house. I decide that I want a land. I want to build a house. If I decide to buy a land, build a house, I must do what is right.
Okay.
That is the point I'm making.
Let me bring you on this point.
So listen, and doing what is right means going to the district assembly.
Okay.
I have got a land. I want to develop a property. You send your drawings and everything for them to give you a permit because they will determine how you build at where you want to build. But then the citizens, are they doing it?
Okay, thank you.
That is the point I'm making.
So, I mean, respectfully, sorry if it looks like we are on your case.
No.
He is from NADMO. So really, maybe some of the things we are dealing with is not, within his purview. All development in civilized societies is controlled strictly. There was a time I visited my friend in London, and the room I was supposed to sleep in, I couldn't use that room. Why? Because apparently said they wanted to put something like a sunshade. So they just had to put 2 pillars and something like a sunshade there. And he said they haven't finished that work, and he can't touch it Because when you dig the hole, in your house, when you dig the hole to put the pole in, there is a specification on how you dig it, the depth and everything, and somebody has to come from the city to come and check. And when you finish, what you put inside, the mix of the cement, the pole you put there, at every stage they have to come and check. And the guy had fallen sick, so the whole project had halted. Everybody who travels knows what I'm talking about. You can't do anything in terms of physical development on land that belongs to you, even without the district assembly responsible coming to check your drawings. They will check whatever you are doing, etc. They have it filed at the fire station, whatever it is. Development is strictly controlled.
So they lack the resources to do what
that's the next thing. You lack. Hold on. No, we are not.
Yes.
No. Our district assemblies do not lack resources. They lack the competence and the determination to do their work. Wherever these things, Ramsar, whoever is in charge there, go and check how busy they are in their offices on a daily basis. If they don't have vehicles to go and check buildings that are constructed over 2 years average, but they have vehicles to go and demolish. Okay? And who gives those permits? Go and check. Half of those people have indentures and they have permits. We've seen some. All right? And when they were filling and carrying those things and going back and forth, they didn't see it. This thing doesn't happen in a year or 2 years. Okay? Look, when we talk about, and people have built, and because of that's why the floods are coming, listen, I did geography, so I understand the natural environment, okay, how it works. Engineering is just my hobby. I read around it. But I can tell you this, there's almost nothing that human beings cannot control on this earth. God gave us dominion. In London, there are about 20 rivers in London that have been sent underground. All right? They rains in London a lot. It doesn't flood like here. 20 rivers put underground, controlled. In Dubai, they build in the middle of the sea. All right? So when you talk about living the natural environment so that it soaks up the rain, that kind of thing, that is the natural arrangement. Okay? But if for any reason you choose that you are even going to give up the Ramsar site, that's a natural arrangement for containing.
If you choose to destroy the natural arrangement.
Not destroy. That's why I'm talking about Dubai, other things. You can come in Holland there, in Holland, Netherlands. They had little land, a lot of it was below sea level. Okay, they needed the land. So what did they do? They built dikes, etc. They reclaimed the land in the sea. Okay, they organized themselves and built cities on them. And we go and visit them. My point is, we can choose to leave our Ramsar site as a Ramsar site. But if for some reason we have chosen either by negligence, not doing our job as a country or whatever it is, and people have built on it, there are ways we can engineer the channels such that it won't flood. So, if government should have controlled development and they didn't control development, and by the way, our government is large, huge. There are thousands, maybe a million people trying to organize our lives for us. They failed to do the control, okay? 2, then you have a situation where the compact and whatever happens, okay?
Yes.
Then create the necessary channels, do the engineering that contains the space. As I speak, last week, I put on my Facebook something that is going on in another Ramsar site at Malam. We had massive floods in that area. The reason why that is happening is exactly because of government action. It is the state that is causing the problem. You have a Ramsar site that naturally receives the water from that area, from Awoshi, all the place there. The state first, by virtue of the district assembly, has gone to build a market inside the Ramsar site. Okay?
Inside the Ramsar site?
Inside the Ramsar site. That's the Mala market. They didn't even think about parking. So people now park on the road, and the highway there sometimes on a market day is constricted to one lane. That is the state in action.
When was this?
Oh, it's been there for about 10 years now. It is there today as I speak. That's not the end of it. They have created a landfill inside the Ramsar site. A landfill is poison. That is a dumping of refuse. When it rots and that kind of thing, it leaches poisons.
Wow.
So they are actually poisoning the Ramsar site. I put a picture up. Go there today, you will see it. Apart from that, they have allowed. Wait, let me finish, please. They have allowed warehouses. They have allowed people. There are churches built there, all kinds of things, constricting the Ramsar site. Now, when we were growing up, only Pambros was in that area because that is what is called compatible use. They were doing salt. Today, as we speak, they have allowed a cement factory to be built inside that Ramsar site, next to a company producing edible salt. And to add insult to injury, the cement factory that they've built over there, Empire Cement, their vehicles drive against traffic to enter their factory, causing accidents. The point I'm making is, when anybody tells you that the government is not able to do this and that, they are able to do all the wrong things. They just can't do the right things. And go there today, it's happening. Tomorrow, they will go and say they want to go and demolish people's houses in that place. When today, by the way, President Mahama went around there earlier this year or so. And he had concerns. If the chiefs are selling, bring them to book.
Right.
You, the assembly, you are sitting there, you are watching them, you are not doing anything. You can't control the development, but you have what it takes to go and damage people's buildings. I think it's wrong. We should start putting the pressure where it belongs.
Right.
Control belongs in the district assemblies. It is a governmental function. They should perform it.
Mr. Kwarteng, I'll come to you. I'll come to you, Prof.
Okay. You see, no country live. This one, I want to have a free flow, please. Can we stop the distractions?
Gentlemen, please.
No country leaves the development decisions for its citizens. Nowhere in the world. It's just like saying that Ghana, we lack maintenance culture. No country has anything like a maintenance culture. You provide a maintenance budget, maintenance personnel, and enforcement. It's a decision. I don't get the basis and the reason why the district assembly people, when you are building, they can come and write stop work. Then you use a back door to go and see them. Then you can proceed with your work. But the same people...
You yourself can write stop work.
Then they use your back door to go and see them. Automatically, everything then changes. The narrative just says you're able to complete your building. And the same people are saying that they lack the logistics. I don't agree with that. I feel that it's an institutional failure.
Right.
Is obviously, I mean, boils down to leadership failure. But this whole thing about roping citizens in me, I don't get it. If you leave citizens to do what they want to do, they always mess up. It's the reason why the Chinese, they obey their laws in their country, but when they come here, they want to do galamsey. Because enforcement is not going on as scheduled. So for me, I mean, the citizens' argument should be put aside, proper enforcement. And for me, I mean, let me hasten also to add that our general performance on enforcement of our laws has been very poor. You look at road safety, you look at sanitation, you look at these environmental laws, it's almost like a recycle thing. And Alfred, believe me, next year when the rain starts, obviously the prophecy is that we will still come here to have the same discussion. And yeah, it's a prophecy. And maybe you may be sitting here, or probably you send your deputy. You also come and become a bit combative, a bit defensive about the issues. But for me, it's very worrying. But I mean, on end, let me say that I'm also at least a bit satisfied. I nearly bought a land at the Ramsar side. I want to check myself. I said, no, I had the one here, Amania. But I mean,
so that's the responsibility he's talking about, right?
Yes, you see, citizens have their responsibilities. But you see, no serious country leaves that alone to citizens. At the end of the day, if there is enforcement and proper regulations and compliance, this whole issue about responsibility will not even come. You will even get the opportunity to even lay one block in the first place to even think about whether or not you renege on your responsibility. Okay. And in ending, I want to issue a disclaimer. I have not attended gay parties yet. He said he has attended.
No, thank you. I said they did a party and the police rounded them up. And I went to police station with my colleague.
Okay, very well. Thank you. I want to issue a disclaimer.
Thank you. I don't know. Yes, Prof.
All right. Alfred, I think that beyond lamenting about the problem, we should be proactive and forward-looking in looking at the solutions to it. The child should not go out. If he goes, something will cut him and he will bleed. He didn't listen to advice. He's gone. Something, pierced through the legs and he's bleeding. What do? Do we spend the time lamenting why he didn't listen to your advice? I think generally, from independence up to now, we have not done so well as a country in trying to do some of these things, ensuring that we protect protected areas. Protected areas are supposed to be serving a certain purpose. Okay, and that's why I was saying that now it is very expensive if you are going to Ibri and then you see people buying, selling those lands. I don't know who owned those lands, but even if those lands belong to a family, if those lands on the mountain are serving a certain purpose for the nation,
The government of the day has got the right to say that, no, these ones, they stop the speedy flow of, water. And so if we begin to develop them by cutting all the trees and all that, it means the whole Accra will be submerged. But we are still selling them, and we are still building on Ramsey sites, and we are building on water bodies and all that. My brother Kofi seemed to have a problem with some of the quick interventions that are aimed at addressing this problem. And I'm thinking that if we do so, then it's like we would always reduce ourselves to always talking. If you have built on a waterway, if you have built on a waterway and it is blocking the free flow of water, the building should be demolished. It's as simple as that. Now, if you have given permits to be built for somebody to build on a waterway, you should also be dealt with.
Right.
And we must also look at how we have behaved when it comes to sanitation. Yesterday, Agridakon, who was at our retreat, was giving an example that, look, in the animal kingdom, they don't litter. And so when it comes to sanitation, human beings must behave like animals.
Right.
Okay. Growing up, we were told if you went to circle and you littered, you will be salifu amankwad.
Hey, what is that?
Okay. There was Kojo Salifu Amankwa who was keeping the place and would deal with you.
Oh, okay.
And so my point is that, like he rightly said, the whole street will be flooded, underground would always be empty because we have littered. And I'm happy that today EPA has also said that they are going to be banning some of these plastic rubbers that we easily litter around. If you go to Rwanda, you will find one there.
Right.
Okay, so my point is that the problem is now staring at us. Let us begin to be taking some of these quick, proactive, and punitive interventions so that tomorrow, and you are telling me that people's building are demolished, and then the next day they go and then they are building. What happens to those who are supposed to be policing and some of these things?
Thank you.
As a nation, I think it's become a cliche and a refrain that, it will rain, it will rain, we'll complain, and then the rain will subside, and then we'll do the very things that have been causing. We should not continue to be losing life and property because of our inaction and our inability to be enforcing our own rules.
Solutions in this situation don't work.
Now, if you have blocked the waterway, if you have blocked a waterway,
thank you. We can engineer.
Have you built on a waterway? No. And so then what's your problem? If you have built on a waterway, it should be demolished.
No,
I'm rounding up. We're done. So,
you are not hearing me.
If you have built on a waterway, it should be demolished. If you're giving a permit for a waterway, for a land to be used on the waterway,
your point is made.
It should be also
your point is made. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so just continuing from where Professor Jampo stopped. Obviously, yes, if a public officer is given a permit to build unlawfully, build in an area not zoned for building residential premises or residential buildings. Yes, a public officer must face the law.
Right.
That much, our society supports that. But the key thing is, are we able to monitor, investigate, and expose these public officers? That's a problem. Beyond this program, there isn't much. Of course, we know TV3, you can send your cameras there, etc. So let's do more of that, more of the investigative journalism to be able to uncover these miscreants, those in the public offices who are aiding and abetting our fellow citizens to commit these crimes by building in waterways, etc. That's what I support. And last point, Lawyer Kwatin, let's emphasize the importance of citizen oversight. It's very, very important. What we are doing, that's citizen oversight. Citizen review.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Martin Kwebu, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kofi Bento. Richard Amoyate, he says NADMO and the assemblies, they need money, resources. Thank you very much. Also to you, Asim Manso, thank you for the message as well. And to you, Mr. Kwating, Professor Jampo, thank you very much. And the sports team is up next. I'm Alfred Akansi. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Finance is brought to you by Bank of Africa, GASM.
Is the center of our team, the one that we are taking to the World Cup?
What I yearn is to have a team than to have an individual skillful person that will not result in us doing anything.
If we go and we don't go further than where we start at the beginning stages, who do we hold responsible?
Well, we just have to come back and plan again.
There's a general complaint or concern that people are not getting the visas to watch the game.
The fact that the World Cup is being hosted in United States of America and Canada doesn't mean they are going to just relax their rules of entry into their country.
Is he making a mistake not including the likes of Dede Ayew?
You see, he has already selected. I'm the minister responsible for sports. At this moment, what I want is the spirit of the country behind the team.
The former minister, your predecessor, Mustafa Yusuf, has said that, and I quote, "I deny being responsible for any such irregularities, if any at all." Is this sufficient?
Well, this is not sufficient. This is just an indication that he is contesting the report. But there are lawful processes to contest the report.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.